Bless him.
Are you guys on drugs?
Okay,
not yet, but I'll take some later.
Okay, we're live now. After all that shenanigans, I tell you, if only you guys out in the peanut gallery could see what was going on here behind closed doors, I tell you.
Nakedness.
Excuse me, I never do drugs and I never swear.
I sent you a link, Shady, if you wanted to come in.
Barney, I heard you swear earlier on. I heard you don't lie.
Can somebody read Barney the rules?
I never swear.
Yes, you do.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, can someone possibly give
Barney, did you read the rules?
Nope.
Can
Well,
someone
that
possibly
explains
give
it.
me the link to the stream that we're going to be on so I can see it
Oh yeah, I'll do that for you.
in Discord?
Yep. All right.
You've got a different avatar on YouTube.
Oh, he has too. He's got a different avatar on YouTube than he has in here.
He does.
How does that
That's
work?
my old avatar on YouTube.
How did that work?
Can it catch up with itself?
Yeah, let it catch up, yeah.
Well, YouTube
What rule did I transgress against?
Like I said, Google doesn't.
Well, I've got a different avatar.
Google doesn't hire actual coders. They only hire script kiddies. If they hired coders, YouTube would actually work.
But Barney wants to know what the rules is that he wasn't aware of. There's 3 rules, isn't there?
So we've got to do Barney's homework for him now, do we?
Yeah, there's 3 rules. I think they should be written down somewhere, but I'm not sure where it is.
You did have them. You did have them somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know what the 3 rules are.
This is Russian space station. You American cowboys, you touch nothing. Sophisticated laboratory.
Rule 1.
No.
Talk about Fight Club.
You see,
Rule 2.
No
Still
swearing.
don't talk about Fight Club.
And what?
There is no Fight Club.
And what's Rule 3, Farms Boy?
There is no fan.
There is no spoon.
Yeah, correct. There is no spoon.
Wait, didn't he just break the rule about don't talk about Fight Club when he talked about Fight Club?
Oh, you had to say it, didn't you?
He said it. He said it. Kick him out.
The prosecution rests.
Okay, who am I kicking out?
Everybody but me.
Okay, kick out everybody but Casual. Okay.
Everybody except Casual. Yeah.
Kick out
Casual and not everyone else. Yeah.
Okay.
So what he's saying, Terry, is leave Casual here.
Right.
Open a new Zoom.
Yeah.
And we all go to the other Zoom.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'll do that.
You can't.
Righto.
You can't do a stream. You
Okay.
can't do a stream without me. You can't do a stream without me. It wouldn't be the same. You know that.
So has anybody got any stupid out there that we can talk about or look at?
Well, I'll tell you what. Rather than some stupid, why don't we? For those that don't know, Alan is in countdown of being a granddad for the first time today.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, Alan.
So hence why Alan has got his name as countdown to granddad started. So
okay,
she's gone to hospital, Alan.
So we can't call him granddad just yet. We've got to call him countdown to granddad. Okay.
He's wannabe.
Yeah,
Okay,
I want to be. Well, yeah, she's gone off to be induced today, so which is why it is the countdown, because obviously I have no idea how long it's going to take.
So you're basically, essentially what you are is you're a get off my lawn in training.
Yeah. Pre-granddad.
Yeah.
Have you got a lawn though, Alan?
Yeah, I've got too much lawn, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But I have got an electric wheelchair, so you know I'm already a grumpy old so-and-so when I go out of that. Get out of my way!
See, but Alan, you do realise that you're going to be the absolute most favourite grandparent out of any other one, because the grandchild can sit on your knee and you can go racing down the street, so you can have races with him.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, when I put some motors on my wheelchair, I'm gonna get a speeding ticket. I guarantee you.
Yeah,
that's
my one is actually legal. It only does 5 miles an hour.
Yeah, but until we do the conversion with the gas turbine on the back,
it's on the manual. Yeah, I want to do the gas turbines on the manual.
We need to install your turbo combobulator on it, don't we?
Up the
No,
wattage on the flux capacitor.
No,
and then
just hook up a
boost
couple of
the
starter motors.
boost the flange sprocket connected to the turbo by the by the bobby thing, whatever you call it.
Well, you need to connect a PV flange to the 3/4 heterodyne transverse sprocket, and use the inverse proportion of the reification fallacy to get it to work.
Don't forget.
I'm
the
sorry.
quantum
Wouldn't that
refractulators.
overload the turbine screw?
No,
No.
that's why
No,
you
that's-
need to add tachyons into it.
Yep.
Yeah, let's face it. I just want a jet-powered wheelchair that will do 250 kilometers an hour.
No worries.
Oh, don't
We can
tempt
sort
me.
it.
I could build
Where do
that.
you
Oh,
need
we
to
can do
go?
that, yeah.
Like, where do you need to go that quickly? Besides the hospital.
Well, if he can launch
I've already
himself
told you.
over that bridge where the river is just down the road.
I've
That's
already told you. I'd have a word with Elon Musk. I can have a word with Elon Musk and get one of the Super Draco engines from the Dragon spacecraft. I've told you we can fit one of those to your wheelchair, no problem.
Oh, are you kidding, dude? I can get JTOL rockets on eBay.
Oh, they've
No, I can get it for
Yeah,
free from mate Elon.
I remember. I well remember the story of the guy who won the alleged story of the guy who won the Darwin for putting a pair of JTOs on a car, which
Oh,
did
sorry,
not
I remember
end.
hearing that one.
Which did not end very well for him.
well, you
I
mean
think
when he
I think it was a cliff face, wasn't it? That he
yeah
drove
when
into?
he
Yeah, sort of
when he
50
parked
feet up a
himself
cliff
yeah
face.
he parked himself halfway up a cliff face and half the car disappeared into the cliff.
Yeah,
Well,
that was the one.
That's because
They
he
could measure. They could tell precisely from
Too
the marks
heavy.
on the road where he applied the brakes, where the brakes burnt out, where his tyres melted. It was,
Where he took off.
And where he took off, yeah.
Yeah, where he took off.
Well, he got high for a second there.
Well,
And
we
he-
all know
and he-
what the last thing going through his mind was.
His nose.
Yeah, the windscreen.
Yeah, the windshield.
Cliff.
I was going to say
A
twigs
cliff.
and branches and a cliff.
A cliff, yeah.
Yeah. Hence why I want enough power, but not too much power. I only need 2.5 kilonewtons of thrust. That would be
No, yeah,
plenty.
Yeah. No.
Yes, ma'am. We did find he did have clean underwear in the glove compartment.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's where
You
he
get a
found the
chance to
rest
use
of them too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Oh.
the underwear wasn't clean after that, though, was it?
Well, he didn't have them on before he hit the wall, but he did have them on after.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if he's squashed inside the glove compartment with the underwear, then the underwear's not going to be very clean now, is it?
Well, when someone asks, where did he go? Is that all over the place?
Yeah. Oh, what was that?
Who's watching stuff?
Hey, Blue.
Hey, Blue.
Hey, Blue.
Oh,
Blue.
there he
Blue.
is.
Hi,
How you
Blue.
guys doing?
I
Good,
don't
how are you?
know.
We're doing.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
still don't have a link to the YouTube that we're
What
supposed to
we're
be on.
doing, we don't really know, but we're doing.
No warning at all,
It's,
just
in your
live. It's like, what?
Discord DMs, Phil.
What about
yeah,
Blue? Blue, have you had a video out these last few days? Can we have a look at yours if you have? If you're not, then why not?
Well, no, I haven't, but I can find something for you to watch if you want.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. Anything stupid.
I mean, Dan
Oh,
just got a
Terry.
video.
Terry, what about that troll versus troll thing we watched earlier on
Oh
this
yeah,
morning?
I'll put that on
What
while
about
we're
that?
waiting for anyone else to bring something up.
I sent
Oh,
some in the
yeah.
chat,
Alright.
Terry.
And we can demonstrate what an absolute prat quantum eraser is.
But he does that
Disingenuous
every time he opens
arse
his mouth.
wipe.
I've got a
Yeah,
person.
disingenuous
I've
arsehole.
got a person called Lark. I don't know who they are, and they're wanting to join my Discord, but I don't know who they are. So
I don't know who they are.
I don't know who that is.
I've not heard of
Well,
him.
well, the fun part is that they're going to join the Discord, but they're not going to be here.
Reveal yourself in the YouTube chat, like.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. If you're in the side chat, who are you?
I've got a.
Terry, check
I've
the
got another
chat.
message for him from something. Back in February 2019. That's going back a while.
How do you
trying a
pronounce-
year.
How do you Terry? How do you spell his name?
L-A-R-K. And I've got a
I know
message
him. Yeah,
from
he's
February
all right. He's
19th
okay.
from 2019 is the last time I've had any contact with him.
Yeah, he's all right. He's okay.
Terry. We have a grey person in the chat.
I've only got one mouse, you know.
Oh, we got Pit Parrot in the chat. We better watch out.
Philosophy
She's here.
nonsense. Oh, careful, don't. Use peanuts, better be careful. There's a person naked. You better not time him out.
I'm gonna have to, Terry. I don't trust him.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
My avatar just changed.
Philosopher.
Hi.
What was I doing?
I'm Pie Parrot.
I was doing something and now I've forgotten what I was doing.
Oh, you're. but.
Hi. I'm gonna have to block him.
Here we go.
Pie Parrot or Pip Parrot?
Pip.
Hi.
Just call her Pip. Just Pip.
Pip's fine. Pip.
Terry, did you see the
But it's Pie Parrot.
Do I see the chat?
No, it's not. It's Pip.
Zoom
What?
internal chat.
I always read it
sent
as
you a
Pie
video.
Parrot,
bloody
actually.
name is
No, I always
Pie
read
Parrot.
it as Pie Parrot. I
Okay.
thought that's what it was.
This is
No,
right
it's
the
Pip.
hand
Pie
going nuts.
Pie and his
Okay.
parrot.
Yep.
No, it's Pip.
I'll grab that too.
Simon Dan just
Right,
released the video.
What? Volume.
Simon.
So did Creaky.
So I said you need. Oh, did he?
Okay.
I just got a notification.
Oh, this is Stingray.
Friday's a busy day.
Stingray putting up with that bloody quantum eraser. I'm not sure what Discord or whoever it was on, but Trolls
It
vs.
was on-
Trolls brought it out.
On Ranty's, Terry.
Was it? Okay.
Oh,
It only goes for 6 minutes or less because I won't play it right to the end.
Zach,
Yeah.
what we're saying is that you
pretend
are
to clown.
conflating the term refraction to include the bending of light,
Ugh.
but refraction is defined.
Oh!
Back at
What's
this
wrong with
road.
retard?
There's something wrong with the sound.
Terry, I just ate.
Yeah, there's something wrong with the sound. I can't fix it. There's technical difficulty.
Yeah. Getting.
I heard the sound.
I'm hearing a lot of.
I heard
I'm
the
hearing a
sound.
lot of.
Possible.
I'm hearing a lot of twat.
I'm hearing a lot of beef.
Far too much twat.
Well, we heard the sound, Terry. We just couldn't see it. That's all.
Yeah, it's just coming through all twattish.
I know you couldn't
coming
see
through
it.
all sort of Riley.
Yeah, it's all
Quite
kind
odd,
of. It's all
isn't it?
gone Pierre Riley.
I'm just telling you that we
Who made that
could
go?
hear it. That's all I'm saying. There we
Yeah,
go.
but
There we go.
Isn't
Right.
it's the listening part. The sound's not right. There's something wrong with the sound.
Apologize from.
Yeah, the sound
we
quality
could-
might
we
not
could-
be the
we-
best to start with, so I have to apologise for it.
Well, we could
Like
hear
the
it
horizon
in
is,
Zoom. So.
refraction doesn't allow for bending light.
Wait a second. Hold on a second.
Gotta-
I
you've
just
gotta
gave you the
speed it
subject
up.
matter experts. He just told you the 5 effects
You've
of
got it-
refraction.
Terry,
I have this
you've gotta
knucklehead
speed it
telling me
up.
that I don't know.
Hey?
You've got it on.
You've got to
double
speed it
or
up.
something.
You've got it
Speed
on
it-
double speed.
You want me to speed it up even more?
No,
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 you have
No,
it
you
on
leave it
down.
where it is. Double fine.
You have it on double.
No,
You want me to slow it
No,
back
it's
down
way quicker.
again?
Just leave it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
please,
But
please.
you want me to put it back to normal?
Yeah,
No.
yeah, because otherwise
Play.
it'll be burning in my skull.
No.
That's what I had it going a little
The
bit
quicker the
faster.
better.
Yeah, the quicker get it out. Like ripping the band-aid
Yeah.
off. You've got
No,
to pull it off
because-
in one go.
No,
Because
it sounds
you
even
can't
worse.
you can't hear
Play.
Stingray's destruction.
Play.
Well, I can't hear it if you're all talking.
Blah.
Play.
Know what refraction is. He just makes up shit. Where'd you get extreme refraction? Cite it or shut up.
All right, a hell of a lot of refraction then.
Listen to
thank you.
this.
Hang on.
A great amount of
Stingray,
refraction.
You've
Jesus.
done a good job of obfuscating the actual argument. You know that, right? You've
Right,
done
he
a
does
good job.
cite the science, Stingray.
Hang on,
Sorry,
Anthony.
say that again, Anthony.
That's you need to cite the science that supports you saying extreme refraction. What is the refraction that you're claiming?
Right. So if you want me to explain my understanding of refraction, I will do so.
No, I do not. No, I do not. I do not want you to explain anything. I want you to cite it right now. I don't want to hear your opinion, right?
Okay.
Because I think you're a
jump
pretender
in.
clown. In
Just
fact,
wanna
I
jump
know it
in
for a
and
fact.
Make sure everybody's okay with me carrying on the live stream. Stingray.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't think I'll be around a lot with people shouting at me now.
Yeah,
Getting
because you're
aggressive
making
and-
get up.
Well, you're not letting me talk, so it's a
But
pretty
we let you
one-sided
talk.
discussion, isn't it?
We let you talk, Mr. Extreme Refraction.
What's the question?
You said, why is the oh my God, why is the horizon behind the second platform?
Refraction.
Refraction. So it's got to be one of the 5 types of refraction.
I'm sorry. Am I
Which
missing the
one is
rules
it?
here? Aren't
If you want me to classify it under the effect, I would say we are seeing looming and compression mirage effects within the effect of
You
looming.
can't. No, we're seeing looming. So define looming.
Looming is where light passing through the atmosphere in a graduated sense bends in density change. You can think of it as simply as in Snell's law, but Fermat's principle is the thing that you would want to calculate what's happening to that light.
Citation,
It doesn't
please.
matter. Oh, I'll get you
Citation,
Fermat's
please.
principle. Jesus Christ.
We need a definition.
Citation. We don't want to hear your opinion. Citation for looming, please.
What is looming?
Looming is the apparent raising of an object in the distance due to atmospheric refraction.
And where did you get that from? Can we see the citation? Because let me put it this way: I wouldn't put it past you to miss out keywords. So let's see where you've got that citation from, please.
Wait a minute. First of all, this is Fermat's principle.
I'll define it for him.
That's not
You
Fermat's
said looming. I'm
That's
going to
Snell's
define
law.
it for him,
Oh,
Anthony.
the images.
Oh my
Fermat's
God.
principle actually tells you about how to not do physical media change, but do it in a graduated sense, which
No,
is
that's
what
not
Fermat's principle is.
Hey.
Anthony.
Yeah.
Could you please stop? Thank you. Looming from Andrew Thomas Young, subject matter expert, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it.
Where's
Right?
the science part?
How is the horizon? You said it was refraction. How is the horizon looming?
Anything
Where's the
beyond your
science
eye
part?
line can be loomed. That would include an apparent horizon of which was
That's not
behind
the I'm sorry,
the
that's
first
horseshit.
horizon.
Sorry, that's
Wait,
horseshit.
wait, hold on. Can we just let everyone finish what they want to say?
Listen,
I'm tired of QE.
I'm tired of
taking
you
over.
interrupting me. Just be quiet.
Oh, put
Looming,
your victim
the
card
appearance
away. Come
above
on.
the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. It's talking about objects appearing above the horizon, not the horizon appearing above the horizon. Stingray.
If anybody else wants a civil conversation,
You're done
and
for.
and not a take the piss conversation, I am well
You're
open
taking
to
the
that.
piss. You're a pretender clown. And I just exposed
this
you.
quantum eraser character
Yeah,
is
you're
way
a
too
pretender clown.
aggressive
We don't need to hear anything from you.
and just
Right?
way too.
If we want to listen to people making shit up, we'll just invite
I will have
clowns
an
to come in.
open. I will have an open.
I don't really
conversation
care
with
what you
anybody.
want. You don't know what science
Well, then why
is.
are you
You don't
here?
know what
Why are
refraction
you
is.
here if
You
you
don't
don't
know
care?
what looming is.
Why
I
are
just
you here
showed
if you
you.
don't care?
Let me say something, John. Let me speak to Stingray.
I have actually just muted him and blocked him because that is just way too aggressive. When you're
Yeah,
on
way
about
too
communication
aggressive.
and then you
Yeah,
all
you're a
you
damn
do is try and
snowflake
belittle
trying to play your victim
shout
card.
at and even tell everybody else to shut up.
Yeah,
and listen
you're a
to you. That's
clown.
just
Go back to your
ridiculous.
clown show.
That's not part of a civil conversation. And I apologize if
Civil
I'm talking over him
conversation,
because
you're
I
a
have in fact
fucking clown.
and muted him on my side.
Okay, I'm just now going to step in and say to the audience, thanks for watching. I'm going to turn the stream off and unmute everybody, so hold tight.
Hey, pretender, I'll tell you what, Stingray. You're lucky you're not in my vicinity, son. Freaking mute. You muted me? Huh? Clown show. Yeah.
Can I just seek a point of clarification? Did Riley the retard, Mr. DF himself, accuse Stingray of cherry picking?
Yes.
Not just that though. Did you notice that as soon as Stingray started bringing out facts, he's like, "What citation for that? Citation."
Yep.
I'd like to see his citation for his parts per meter. I mean, parts per million. Thank you, Blue. Meter. That states that the numbers mean nothing. Or more to the point, that they're unicorn farts.
Well,
It doesn't matter.
To quote the man himself,
That could be
and let me just find the
wasn't it? But wasn't that QE that was the one that kept asking for a citation? Please cite it. It was him, wasn't it? Not.
It was both.
Both of them.
Yeah, but it was mostly QE though, wasn't it? Mostly, he was the one that kept interrupting him and saying citation.
What I'm curious about is why the burden of proof has to be on the defense. The burden of proof in any definition comes on the prosecution, and since they are the minority challenging convention, the burden of proof is on them to prove us wrong. We don't have to prove them wrong.
No, we keep saying that, but
yeah, but you know why they keep saying that, because they don't have any proof.
Well, exactly. That's right. They keep shifting the burden of proof because they have nothing.
That's not.
Also, I might want to add one thing. Also, aren't you supposed to get triggered as you're in the chat, not come in triggered?
Unless you're Davros.
That's not how burden of proof works. I'm sorry to jump in on that, but as soon as you make any claim, there is an inherent burden of proof. It doesn't matter which point or which side you're on. There is no shifting in burden of proof if somebody asks you to.
Well, according to legal terms, the burden of proof is on the prosecution.
That's in a legal sense.
And they are putting
even there, when the prosecution presents their case, the burden and the defendant says that's false or I'm not guilty. At that point, when the defense has said that the prosecution is wrong, the burden of proof is on the defense, not to prove that he is innocent, but to prove that the prosecution is wrong. Right?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm just a lowly American, but where
No,
I
you're
come
close.
from,
Yeah,
in
most court, I mean, he's particularly in the UK. The burden of proof is on the prosecution, without a shadow of a doubt.
The overall burden of proof of guilt is on the prosecution. That I agree with that, right?
Yeah.
However, if that were all there is to it, there would be no defense. It would be up to the prosecution to prove that they're guilty, and that would be it. Either they have proven it or they haven't.
No,
you have a chance to defend yourself. If you have the chance to challenge the facts, if you have the chance to say the prosecution is wrong about something, got something wrong, or can bring up evidence that will raise doubt to the prosecution's case, then for that claim, not for the overall case, but for that claim, you have the burden of proof.
What you don't have is the ability to ask a question and then cite that as burden of proof and demand a citation. And that's what they did.
Yeah, I understand what Barney's saying now. Yeah, I understand. So what in summary, what you're saying is the overall burden of proof is on the prosecution. However, if the defense is coming up, say, with a piece of evidence, then the burden of proof is then on the defense to present that evidence as proof that they are not guilty.
A counter argument, right?
Yeah. Of course,
the prosecution will present the best case they can.
Yeah.
And then the defense gets a chance to present counter arguments to every point that the prosecution has made.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Barney. Yeah.
The frame of reference I'm using is that let's say you have 50 people in the room. One of them says the room is on fire. The other 49 don't see any smoke, don't see any fire. That one person, the burden of proof is on them to prove to the other 49 that there is a fire. The other 49 don't see fire, don't see smoke. They don't have to prove that the one person is wrong.
I don't know if that really works.
That depends.
Kind of a circular
That
argument.
very much
Yeah.
depends.
And you got to remember, it's not legal proceedings we're talking about here. We're talking about evidence in support of scientific claims.
Well, they are challenging convention, though. They're challenging the convention, so the burden of proof on them, but challenging the convention of established science, they would have to come up with a significant argument to at least put that in question. But all they do is every time you show them any proof, they just say, no, that's fake, and you can't do that.
Yeah.
Oh, just listen to what they did. They said,
Well,
"What
that's all
causes
they
it?"
do.
They
That's
said,
the
"What?"
problem.
They said, "What's causing this?" Stingray says, "Looming." Then they say, "Oh, burden of proof. Provide a citation."
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, it doesn't work like that. You don't get to ask a damn question and then demand a citation immediately. No.
Well,
There can never be you can never have a conversation if you of any sort if you're going to play by those rules.
Yeah.
Let's look at what he
It's
was
just
saying.
going to turn into back and forth citation, 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 citation. That's all that's going to happen.
And Stingray picked that up. He said,
You got a citation for that, Blue?
"We're gonna
I got
play
a
this.
citation.
We're gonna play this game, are we?"
I've got a citation for looming right here on the screen.
So
Yeah, but who's the creditable source for this citation?
That's
It's
CGI. I'm
physics.
seeing on my computer screen, so that's obviously
Whatever it is,
CGI,
other.
so it must be fake.
That's
let's
cyberphysics.
look at what he said though. He's saying that the horizon can't loom because it's the looming is above the horizon. But what was looming was the water, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So
was.
this idea that that's not something behind the horizon that's looming is just, and I think he knew that. That's why he started to get even more triggered and
That's why
loud.
he told Anthony to shut up as well.
But I'd like to pull it back a little bit. My defence straight away for that conversation would have been, why are we using an image or a photograph that does not show the image in a raw state where there is no atmospheric effects that are distorting the image in the first place?
Yeah.
Well, technically, you can never ever have that.
Technically, there are no photos without distorting effects inside the atmosphere.
That's true.
But I just think the horizon is what it is.
If you allow for very small distortions, there are technically no undistorted images whatsoever.
Well, the image of those oil rigs, the one image that's there that we did find in the original video, does show a fairly tidy image that's a lot clearer.
Yeah.
Without any refraction.
They're deliberately using the worst image, aren't they?
Yeah.
Barney's totally correct. You cannot not have atmospheric effects. It's impossible.
But you don't use the worst image you can find of the image you're trying to look at. That's
unless you're a flat earther.
What you could do is take a big bunch of them and take the middle ground.
Scroll down to the bottom. Okay. Scroll down to the bottom of this thing. I think this has got.
Why is that boat round the right way?
Yeah,
Well, on the looming section.
No, keep on going down.
That boat's round the right way to me.
That's some images. Way on down toward the bottom. Almost at the bottom, I think. There's 4 images right there.
Well, back. There.
Right there.
Stop.
Open up that one on the right.
Well, this one here, ship's midair wiki. That one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
That damn near exactly duplicates those platforms.
I love the caption. Did you see the caption?
Yeah, I hate this. What they've done with the color and everything as well, because that's just.
Well, I bet we could take this photograph right here and manipulate the colors the way QE has done in his rendition of the oil platforms and make this son of a bitch look exactly like the platforms.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this one looks like it's already had the colours played with quite a bit anyway, doesn't it? To my mind, I mean, you're not normally going to get a photo with
Pink
blues like that.
Well, you know, this reminds me of the Bigfoot pictures. Why are they always blurry?
Well, Bigfoot is just naturally blurry. That's the problem.
I already found Bigfoot. His name is Shaquille O'Neal.
Now, you guys haven't been listening to Arwen enough. The reason why Bigfoots are blurry is because they can actually vibrate at a different energy level than all of us, and they can actually transgress the time-space continuum from where we are. That's why the picture's always blurry.
Oh, I saw that one on X-Files.
That's so obvious. Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, I saw that on X-Files. I really should go back and watch that so I can learn some real science. Oh,
Just
wait,
watch
that's
episode
right. I'm
two,
sorry.
isn't
I
it?
read actual textbooks. My bad.
You can't trust them because they're written by people that have got opinions.
Yeah, that's right.
Wait a minute. If they're written by people that have opinions and I can't trust them,
You're going to need to cite
isn't
your
that the
sources.
Bible?
You're going to need to cite your sources.
No, you can't trust anyone with an opinion, and the Bible, well, that's all just God's word. So
Can you read the caption out there, Casual? I don't think it's
Sorry, what caption?
the one on that video. Oh, sorry, the one on that picture you just clicked on.
look on the Zoom, Casual.
There,
No.
the bottom there.
Yeah, the distant boats appear to be floating in the sky as a result of looming, another refraction phenomena.
So the idea that what we're seeing with the rigs, it's that it's just looming by itself. It's not the case. There's other refraction phenomena taking place. So, you know, all these little details that they like to skip over.
Yeah. Well, there's always multiple different refraction effects going on at the same time,
That's my point.
caused by different effects in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Which is why Stingray just calls it refraction, because all of these effects we're seeing is just refraction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If it looks different on a different day, clearly there was something different. If the landmarks themselves, you know, and the water obviously did change.
Wasn't the Chicago skyline, I think it was, that was visible because of that same effect, but it is not always visible. I mean, if the Earth was flat, why don't we see it all the time, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is other images
Yeah,
I've
and
seen.
I think that Chicago skyline one also shows quite a lot of tower. Is it towering they call it?
Yeah.
Where, where it's all
it's got all
stretched
kinds
out
of
vertically.
Yeah, and it was
anomalies
taken
in
up from a lookout, wasn't it? It wasn't taken from the ground.
It's taken from
It
a
was
place called
taken from
Warren
400
Dune. Warren Dunes.
Yeah.
I've been there. It's about a 400-foot tall sand dune.
And
Why don't we ask Gladys?
What's happening?
Oh,
What's happening?
400 foot. That's not anything, you know, to
And
laugh
what's
at.
anybody know what's happening here? What's happening here?
Well, let me
Listen.
tell you.
CGI. Oh wait,
Listen, on the shores of Lake Michigan, 400 feet is like the Alps.
And it would be a different story if they took that down on the beach. But the point that they have to go 400 feet high, have the weather conditions absolutely, precisely, exactly correct for that image to occur, it's really got to say something, doesn't it?
Well, they have
I'm
the cherry
assuming.
pick.
I'm assuming this only happens at a certain time of year, Blue. Is that right?
It happens occasionally.
It's when the
but it's
humidity.
really rare. Yeah.
The humidity has to be right in the air.
So whoever got that shot would have had to have been known it was going to happen because they checked the atmospheric conditions and maybe camped out there for a day or two to keep an eye on the conditions and wait for to be able to see the miraging, refraction. Yeah.
I would say really if we want to find absolute proof to debunk the flat Earth, all we need to do is look at Nathan Oakley's backdrop.
Yeah.
The swimming.
Just about every single image he puts up debunks the flat Earth. whilst he's
Well,
talking.
that's because he knows it's not flat. He's a Poe. He's just a con
yeah.
artist.
Yeah.
A setting sun doesn't
And he
work
does
on a flat Earth.
he does that on purpose. He does that because he's literally like that's his sort of little secret troll internal laugh thing that he does. Like, yeah, I'm going to show proof of the globe, and then I'm going to argue the flat Earth, and ha ha ha. I don't know, but
You give him too much
getting
credit.
into a mind of a crazed miscreant like him is somewhere I don't want to go.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
purple things and pepper grinders, and it's just, I don't know. Once a pepper grinder gets involved, I'm scared.
Well, these guys seem to think that the refraction is actually a smart phenomenon. It's it's intelligent enough to know how to selectively just pick objects off the surface and raise them up without ever bothering with the surface at all.
Did I tell you guys the theory that I have about the underpants gnomes?
Oh, you
Oh, no,
might
this
have
is-
mentioned it, yeah.
Yeah, this is a good one. Okay, you see, the underpants gnomes are watching everybody, okay, and they're invisible because they have magical cloaking devices. And what they do is they watch everybody. As soon as you try to look for the curve, they radio into their buddies under the ocean, and they push the ocean up to make that bulge, just so you think that bulge is there. That's why we see the curvature.
It makes more sense than ether.
I
Was
think it
my
makes
next
more sense
go-to.
than any of them.
This kind of good. This
I'm sure if you get Gleam to do the calculations, his maths will prove you right.
I don't think Gleam could add 1 + 2.
No,
He'd
we
get
need.
4.
Does everybody think this is
by 0?
Does everybody think this is a good illustration of refraction and what causes refraction?
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with that laser.
I think we
Why-
need.
why is it a
right
straight
the hand
line,
to write
though?
a diagram for us.
In fact, I might actually have a visual representation of that. Give me a sec.
You know, really, the problem is that we're showing them actual pictures and stuff like that. We need to draw the stuff in crayon so we can get down to their level.
Well,
Because
that's-
flat
I
earthers
mean-
always find their level.
But the thing is, are they going to eat the crayons before we get to use them, or shove them up the nose?
We'll
Or
have to use
Well, that's
digital
why we need
crayons.
enough of them. They'll have their mouths full of crayons, and then we still have enough to quickly draw something up before they eat
Distraction.
those too.
Use it as a
Is that why
distraction.
Gleam keeps posting up a picture of a crayon sandwich because it's his favourite meal?
They like to eat the blue ones.
So according to this, they've known about refraction and miraging since 1799 at least.
I
It's
know,
been observed.
I know, Kedger. It's
I think
very
they've known about it a damn sight longer than that, to be honest. How long have
Oh
we
yeah,
been
yeah, of
sailing the
course.
seas? Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm
I
saying
mean,
is, yeah, this,
Just they've known about it since knuckle draggers were walking through the desert.
oh yeah. What basically is just saying that it's you can at least
Documented.
citate it from it's
Yeah.
documented from 1799. Yeah.
I know,
Yeah,
and,
yes.
and it's like refraction's eluded all these camera makers, out there. All these brands that $20,000+ worth of camera, and they're treated like they have no idea what refraction is.
And it says it up here again. It says sailors have long been aware that under the proper conditions they could see a ship which was geometrically over the horizon, just as we can see the red sun after it's set below the horizon because of atmospheric refraction. They would say that the ship is looming. So that word looming is an old word then. It's been around a long time then.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, because they loom up.
Looming over the horizon. Yeah, since the visibility of this mirage depends upon the details of the temperature contour of the air above the water. There can be a great variety in these mirage images. The sailors observed that the mirages were sometimes stretched in a vertical direction, which they called towering, or were sometimes compressed, which they also called stooping. So yeah, which goes back to that thing there. So it's the warmer air, and it's being refracted down towards the colder air. The warm air above and the colder air below. Yeah.
Can you imagine the first time they saw that, all the superstition they might have had? It's a ghost ship. It's coming to get us.
But I noticed it in one case. There's a comment that a ship's captain almost ordered his ship to change course because they thought they were going to crash into this huge white ship in front of them. And just before it happened, the huge white ship flapped its wings and took off because it was a bloody seagull.
There was just a bit there. I read that the person was in the Polish explorer once nearly shot one of his sled dogs thinking it was a polar bear because it formed an elongated mirage.
There you go. There's another one. The crew of a Canadian ship in the Arctic reported the mirage of a sailing ship off in the distance, upside down. All right, never seen that. The image was so sharp that the crew could make out the ropes in the rigging and could see people moving about on the deck. 2 months later, the ships actually met. When the captains compared their ship's logs, they found that at the time of the sighting, the two ships had been 80 miles apart. Jesus wept.
Yeah, this is in the Arctic.
That ship is an Australian ship, though. That's an Australian ship.
No, that image is round the right way. Where's this upside down ship?
That's an Australian submarine.
Yeah, that's it.
If you sail a boat in Australia, which doesn't exist, by the way, but if you try to sail a boat around Australia, your sails have to be in the water to actually do anything.
The suggested explanation for a visible mirage at such a great distance is the observation of light traveling a long distance when a layer of cooler and denser air is sandwiched between two layers of warmer air. See, I'm learning shit here. This is good.
Well, we see that smaller boats
Temperature
when they mirror
inversions
onto
are
the
interesting.
water completely.
Yeah.
So it's the top onto the bottom.
Why is that image that's showing us the light can travel a long distance trapped in a cold layer of air? Why are they showing it in more of a straight line with no curving?
Well, that's
because
That's the median.
because
reasons.
Yeah, reasons.
Let Alan answer. Let him answer.
You can think.
Because as a diagram, it represents distance above the surface, and in the y-axis, the y-axis is just distance above the surface, which causes it to straighten out. Just like the radar horizon images, graphs that I often have running around in my avatar, where
in fact,
the y-axis is distance above the surface, so it doesn't matter if that surface is flat, is actually a level plane or a curved surface. You're just looking at distance above distance. The y-axis is just distance above that surface, regardless of the shape of the surface. It could be concave for a weaker. It's just distance above the surface.
And in fact, if I may borrow the screen at this point with the diagram.
Yeah, let me just come. Oh, sorry. Do you want me to carry on sharing, or you want to share something yourself?
I just want to share this real quick. If you bring that up a little bit, actually casual. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, I've stopped.
No,
I thought you wanted to.
There you go. There.
There's something wrong with that laser.
Something really.
How did you get bendy light? I've never seen bendy light.
Yeah, it's magic. You rub the laser the right way, and it does that.
Yeah.
What does it get?
I also love the total internal reflection when it hits the bottom every time.
So what's that happening there exactly?
Well, that's a heavy laser, and it's just bouncing. It's really heavy.
Sensible answer, anybody.
Stupid laser.
It's a lazy laser.
They're shining it through some sugar water, I think it is. But they've set it up in such a way so that every time it refracts off the bottom, it will refract back to the next. And it's in a perfect, if you go back to casuals thingy there, and I'll stop sharing here, the diagram that Casual had up matches exactly what's going on there with that. So it shows that it actually happens in real life, but it's CGI, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, it looked really similar to that. Perfect sine waves.
Well, it's funny because that's probably exactly how the that really long range microwave communication link they got from, I think it was Hawaii to Los Angeles, managed to work. They got it. They got the signal in effectively what is a light pipe, and it just stays in the pipe and keeps going, follows the curve instead of disappearing off out into space. But it's really, really rare to get those types of things.
Well, I remember when I was a kid, my dad was teaching me ham radio, and I don't know what it is about me, but for some reason I always seem to find an Australian. So my first contact with somebody on ham radio was somebody in Australia, and I will just clarify by the fact that I was in Hawaii.
Yeah, that would be a different effect, which Peter is much better at describing, rather than.
Well, that's wave propagation.
Yeah, but the ham radio frequencies, it's actually bouncing the signal between the ionosphere and the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
Rather than that, rather than what we're talking about here, which is refraction of the light in the temperature by temperature inversions.
You'll get those kind of skip conditions on ham radio, particularly in the 20-meter band.
I'm just trying to live up to my name. I'm a philosopher of nonsense, so I obviously have to put the nonsense in there somewhere.
Oh, don't worry. It's just some of us are kind of into this stuff, so we like to be relatively accurate with
your science.
You remember
your
what
words and your math?
You remember what band you were on, philosopher? Probably 20 meters, I'm thinking.
Sometimes I'll do 20 meter, but I had a 80 meter antenna generally.
Yeah, 80 meters. You get pretty, you can do some pretty long distance stuff on 80 meters too at times, especially at night.
My dad was hooked up.
Yeah,
I can get Hawaii regularly on 10 megahertz from my place. So, and I know it's one of the bands that I can. Hang on.
Yeah, we're not allowed to use that one.
Yeah, no, I'm not allowed to use it either. But it's got the beacon for the right down at 10 megahertz, right 000. It's got the what is it? The clock beat tone.
Yeah.
Oh, WWV.
No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the world clock.
The world clock. Yeah.
The atomic clock. Yeah.
And probably about this time of night. What is it? It's almost 10 o'clock. Yeah. So about this time of night, I'll almost be able to get it now. As the atmosphere changes its shape and that.
Yeah.
That would be gas pressure without a container, though, wouldn't it? Like the atmosphere changing its shape, doing weird things like that, wouldn't it?
Well, when they want to argue gas pressure without a container, I could do that very easily. I could debunk that in a heartbeat. I would just say, "Can you hear me? Yes, you can hear me. That's gas pressure without a container. Done. Thank you very much." Because sound is pressure waves. That is pressure outside of a container. I don't see a whole bunch of medicine bottles flying into my ears.
I can't see the wind I can feel, but I can feel it. So it's got to be.
Yeah, it's one of my favourites to use is the wind.
Yeah.
Well, you can't see the wind, but if you pee into it, it's very real.
We were having this discussion too the other day. Yeah. We're designing new tests.
Cypher, mercury and salt.
The point with the pressure without the container is not merely that you can have pressure instantaneously, but that pressure will be stable, permanent, that it won't equalize over time. Sound waves propagate because of the equalization of pressure, right?
Yeah.
Well, it is pressure waves in air that are generated. Like you think of it, like if you look at a big woofer speaker, right? You're at a concert and you see an unshielded woofer speaker, or if you just generally know how a typical coil speaker works, it literally shoves a mass of air to make the sound. That is generating pressure. When that speaker cone pushes forward, it literally generates a pressure wave of air. There's no container. That is pressure right there.
Mythbusters did a thing
Yes,
where they built,
agreed.
they
So
built a
I think that what you're so first of all, I apologize. I'm not trying to insult you
No,
or
no, I'm
on your
listening.
back,
I'm
but
listening.
I think that what you're arguing against is a straw man, right? The argument is not that there is no pressure possible at all without a container, but that the different pressures will equalize over time. And when you have a subwoofer, or when you have a speaker of any kind, it creates an area of high pressure, then an area of low pressure. That wave propagates because when you create high pressure, it equalizes with the pressure next to it and makes higher pressure there and higher pressure there, and right, that makes it move. When you create an area of lower pressure, it equalizes with the air next to it, and that creates a wave of lower pressure, right? The point is that if there is no container, the entire atmosphere would be sucked off over time into the vacuum because the pressure would equalize. And that is because they don't take into account that there is a permanent force acting upon it. You can create pressure, you can create permanent stable pressure without a container with a centrifuge.
Yeah, that's how a
Right?
gas centrifuge works. That's how a gas
If you
centrifuge works.
spin air in a centrifuge, due to its inertia, it will stick to the sides and move away from the middle, and you will get a pressure.
And that's exactly how an impeller works. So like a pump for air that's set up as an impeller, it will work just like Barney said then, because of the centrifugal effect of the spinning blades of the impeller. It throws the air outwards, which causes a low pressure in the center as it pushes the air out.
That's exactly how a vacuum cleaner motor works, which I happen to be the foremost expert in all the universe, of course, on, because I have to be obviously greater than everybody because I'm going to use my ego. And oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't arguing flat Earth. My bad.
No, I'm not arguing for flat Earth either. I'm just trying to keep the argument, the counter argument, relevant to the argument that's being made. I don't think that the argument is.
No, but the thing is, the one flaw in your argument is that you actually used a scientific method in the way you're speaking in your dissertation of how that works. But science is wrong, so therefore Earth is flat.
Oh, here we go. He slipped. Yeah, he slipped into fluff mode.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going into fluffy.
No, oh dear.
We got too.
I was going to say,
oh, I feel it coming. I'm gonna pour.
Close to the red hole.
Hang on. I've got to call Bandy.
Someone get the bug spray.
Casual, can I just quickly screen share as well, please? Because I also wanted to share a gas pressure without a container picture.
Hey, what are you asking Casual for if you want to share?
Well, because I wanted him to stop sharing so that I could share my one, because he managed to beat me by about a bloody millisecond.
Oh, come on, you lost to
I don't know about you, but I wanted another video.
Yeah, that's what's coming. We got use Rob's. What's the word for it? You're derailing the original conversation we're having.
And you see what I did there, Terry? Redirection back to where it should be.
Yeah, redirect.
Well, Barney's point is well taken. I mean, their argument is not are not transient conditions. They're talking about stable pressure conditions. When they try and make that argument, the problem they have is they draw a false equivalence between pressurized gas and atmospheric pressure.
Yep.
Well, we do have to keep in mind that these people don't know the difference between flat and level. I mean, my walls are flat, but they're not level.
Yeah.
But like Blue and Barney was saying, you know, like that video that I did, it more shows that whole atmospheric differences, whereas they are getting the whole gas pressure and atmospheric pressure all confused and believe it's all one in the same, you know.
I think they
But
strawman that. I think
but
they strawman the
yeah,
gas
but
atmosphere.
the thing is that whole the higher you go, the lower the pressure is. You know, well, that screws up a lot of their beliefs and or the fundamentals of their argument anyway.
Wait, didn't you see all the containers for every 0.000010 to the negative 17 psi that diminishes as you raise an elevation? I mean, you know, there's containers. Obviously, I haven't seen them though. They must have some sort of cloaking device on them.
Yeah,
built by NASA, of course. Not any of the other space agencies. Only NASA. Oh wait, that's right. They need a bad guy for their
Before we begin
to
today-
complete their conspiracy.
Atmospheric pressure can be very, very easily described with two equations that are easily derived from first principles. All you need is the ideal gas law and F equals ma. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, you use letters instead of numbers, so you definitely lost them because they can't even handle the numbers. I mean, 5 divided by 0. You think they can handle A plus B equals C? I mean, yeah, dude, you're way. The universe is away.
Yeah, this is true.
That's another.
Even Gladys can work that out.
Oh, Gladys has
That's
worked
another
that out.
part of the video, like where I have a problem with them jumping on and asking for citation. They're asking for citation for that specific claim, right? That there is looming by the atmosphere, and not allowing presentation of arguments, which is like you have to show the paper which shows that there is looming. That's not exactly how proof works in any context. So
I
you
answer
can
a query?
take like I can give you citations of how refraction works. That the light diverges towards higher towards the vertical of higher index of refraction and away from the vertical as it lowers, and that is in itself is enough to prove looming. Why? Because there is a direct deductive necessary argument from that it will then happen in the atmosphere if there is a gradation of high density at the bottom and low density at the top.
But what they literally want to try to force you to do is produce a citation describing that particular picture on that particular day. That's what they'll keep pushing until it gets you to that point.
If I may enter an alternative theory, is that they want you to go and look it up for them. And they're going to ignore it just so they have another thing to say that, oh no, that's fake. But then at the same time, the reason they're doing that is to basically try to keep you on your back foot. They're not doing it because they want to actually see any real citation. They're trying to do it as a dishonest debate tactic.
Fair enough. Like, but even if that's true, right? Being on your back foot is not a bad place to be if you're in a reasonable argument. Now, it is very debatable whether you can have a reasonable argument under those circumstances, especially like the one that was presented. That's not any
reasonable and flat earth don't go in the same sentence.
No, I've had plenty of reasonable arguments with flat earthers. Reasonable does not mean correct, does not mean smart, does not mean true, right? Reasonable just means, well, let's examine the evidence, let's examine the arguments, and when I present an argument, you present a counter argument, right?
But let's not mix up reasonable with civil.
No. Reasonable. Like
No.
reasonable does not care about reality. You
Wow,
can
where do you
use
get your
reason to
flat earthers?
connect it to what?
Where do you get your flat earthers? All the flat earthers I find are always triggered, like who we just had earlier.
Well, it depends on what kind of a conversation you have with them, right? I've talked to a number of people, including Gleam, including Slick James, including I don't know, Travis, right? Where
you had a reasonable conversation with Gleam.
Now, what?
You had a reasonable conversation with Gleam.
Yes, very much so.
Oh, did you call Guinness and record that?
Gleam is, in the context of reasonable conversations, Gleam is a very good person to talk to, unless you decide beforehand that he's an idiot and therefore you have to yell at him and not listen to what he's saying. Like, I have seen, probably more than any other flat earther, I have seen Gleam be in a situation where there's 3 people yelling at him that he's an idiot when he is actually factually correct.
No, well,
and they're all wrong, right? The people yelling at him, I agree with their conclusion. I don't agree with his conclusion, but the piece of evidence that he is presenting is factually correct.
Well, it's we saw the Team Skeptic versus Nathan Thompson debate, and I mean the team got understandably flustered, and I don't blame him for that. But Nathan Thompson was literally just pushing his button, and then he just sits there and just like, I'm going to be calm, so it looks like I'm not the one who's going crazy. And he tries to do that, and again, another dishonest debate tactic. I think a lot of them actually study this. They study how to trigger other people. They don't care about any truth or fact. Well, they have a lot of truths, but truths can change by the minute. But facts only, you can have any amount of truths you want, but facts, there's only one fact. And you know, oh God, you're bringing up the crazy person again. Oh Lordy. Oh yeah, I saw this movie before. I was just watching.
Oh, this one.
This
one.
Yes, the
So,
bottom up.
Nathan is a prime example of a person who is usually belligerent, who can be civil, but I've never seen him be reasonable.
It's pretending. It's pretending to be civil.
No, I don't make the distinction. I don't care. If you are talking to me and are not shouting at me, then you're being civil, right? But if you are avoiding all arguments, if you're not addressing anything, if you're not answering any questions, if you're not addressing what was presented, if you're not presenting counter arguments, you're not being reasonable. You can be civil, right? Pretending or not, you can be civil, you can have a discourse, but that's not a reasonable discourse.
No, I see what you're saying, but when everything you described about being unreasonable, it's like that's every flat earther that I've ever seen, I think. Well, not everyone. There have been a few that actually will try to go with legitimate questions for a little bit, for a little while, but then they go right back to their script.
Yeah, but I actually don't mind that much, because that's what they believe. Like if they, so for those of them that sincerely believe it, that's just what they believe. That's the way that they see the world. I think that they're wrong, but I don't hold it against them. A lot of people are wrong about a lot of things. The fact that this is an extreme wrongness doesn't make it any more bewildering. Right?
Well, no, I'll give them a pass for being ignorant, and I don't mean ignorant in a negative sense. I mean ignorance is just a lack of knowledge. That's how I perceive ignorance. I don't mind ignorance, but when you're being willfully ignorant and argumentative, demanding that your conclusion that you made because you watched a couple of YouTube videos, or because you literally had something like they say, like, go outside and see it. It looks flat. You came out to look at the horizon with a prejudice already in mind. And that is not scientific method. In fact, I've not seen a single flat earther ever, not once, and I've seen a lot of them, believe me, never seen one of them actually lay out the scientific method properly.
Fair enough.
I don't think they actually know what the scientific method is, because like watching Wotan, just makes me I'm sorry.
Yes,
I turned everyone's
we'll
stomach.
stop you there and press play. Yeah, you'll get into a
Yeah.
rant on Wotan.
I think somebody in the site out in the peanut gallery are trying to say something.
Run BT, Errol.
Oh, just play it already.
Play the bloody field.
That's it. Raise the hand. So
You know,
we're
all
going
you
to be talking
guys-
a little bit today about the flat
all
and
you guys in the chat
whole
can just
earth
comment.
web of lies,
Trump.
okay? So I made this childlike, comical cartoon drawing here that's supposed to, but bear with me. Okay, so at the bottom where kind of we are and started, we're going to start right here. Allegedly Dave and Pete Shea, both piss drinkers, right? Why do you got two flat earthers that's out there, they drink piss? That's concerted effort to make sure that flat earthers look stupid. Also, keep in mind, Pete Shea will talk trannies, and he is on Jose's, Nathan's, basically everywhere. He's not banned from anywhere that I know of, and he'll talk trannies all the time. So keep that in mind for me. Now, if you move
Sorry,
on
but Pete
up
Shea's banned from my channel.
I guess the ladder. These are all independent. They'll be independent. Then you move up the thing. You got Nathan Oakley, Jose, and MC Toon. Now, Nathan Oakley, who's handled by QE, his connection to MC Toon with Jose G is Karen B, which we'll get to. Now, Nathan Oakley panels Arwen. Okay, Arwen pushes Alpha Male. Remember that. We'll get to that too. And Ranty Flat Earth, who both banned me. Okay, so I'm removed from both of their channels, and that's their connection on the Flat Earth side. Now, the point of Ranty and the point of Nathan Oakley is to have all the Flat Earthers gravitate towards him, okay? And then they start graduated animal farms separating them, okay? Now you have the people that are like Nathan, angry, blue lodgers, Republicans that are just like these bull earthers are stupid, they don't understand, right? Then you're going to have the more free-spirited, lottie-dottie ones. My chakras! They'll gravitate towards Arwen and his spiritual bullshit, yada, yada, yada. Then Ranty, he does the photographs. Now, you got to have somebody that does the photographs. That's his thing. Now, their connection to MC Toon, of course, is Karen B. I called Karen B a tranny, which got me booted from Nathan Oakley, and MC Toon won't debate me anymore. MC Toon has Jose G. Gonzalez as a mod on his channel, which I find a little strange, okay? Now, Jose G banned me recently because I called him taco meat. Now, he'll say it's because I called him taco meat. Now, the real issue is that he called me dishonest because I was trying to start the conversation of, is light a wave and what is a wave? Now, that's the question that QE really got triggered about and started the whole riff in getting me kicked out of the FED debate. I find it funny that MC Toon is not going to have anything to do with me because I called Karen B a tranny. He debated me once, right? Booted me off after 7 minutes after he wouldn't admit that a blackboard full of math can prove something. So, and he'd never debate me again. He says, oh, not until you apologize for calling Karen B a tranny. But you're a flat earther. What is your you're a ball earther. What is your connection to Karen B, who is a mod and started the FE 24/7 Discord, which houses Chocolate Saiyan, Paul, 10th Man, you know, that group, which has also banned me. Now, why did they don't want to talk about light as a wave either. Now, we're going to move on to the one more up and what all of these people have in common. All right,
Well,
now we're getting into some pretty big players here.
It doesn't
You
matter
got-
whose side you're on. You call somebody a tranny, it's just wrong in everybody's book. It shouldn't matter what bloody side you're on, you cock.
Yeah,
transphobia is transphobia. I don't care whether a ball earther says it or a flipping flat earther says it. I don't care if bloody Jesus Christ himself says it. It's fucking wrong. It's as simple as that. You know, he's trying to make out that you've got to be on one side or the other to be bloody, transphobic or homophobic. Or
That's sort of an ad hoc homonym, if I may butcher some Latin. I mean, you don't just run up and call someone a Jenny, and the taco meat and stuff like that. It's like you're getting down to their level, and you don't want to do that. You always want to
He's
stay
vile.
one step above.
Yeah, he's vile.
Yeah,
he really is.
Whose video is this, Barney?
Right the hand,
Right
left
the
the
hand.
foot.
Straight from right the hand.
Right
Yeah,
the
left the
hand,
foot.
That's
around
the
of
foot.
applause, write it down, whatever he's calling himself at the moment.
Yeah, and he does that. I mean, he did this the other day, the last week. I think it was on Brenda's as well. Sorry, on Jose's channel when Brenda was there, and they're having an argument. And he says, "Oh, that's classic coming from somebody from a tranny who's supposed to be a man or something."
Yeah.
I mean, like this is what he flipping well does, and it's
Yeah,
almost
that's
like he's
totally
sort of saying
territory.
that you need to be on one side or the other. You can't. You can call somebody a tranny if you're a flat earther. What the holy friggin' frig?
Well, yeah, that's a right
Whose
wing
video is this we're watching?
Right the hand.
Right the hand.
Okay, bye.
This is what he does.
Bye, everybody.
Why are you going? Where are you going, Alan?
Yeah.
He's gone.
Where's he
Probably 'cause
going? Why is
it's
he
right the
going?
hand.
Oh, right, okay. Well, he's not.
All
He's
right,
not on
well,
the. He's
that's
not on the
weird.
bloody channel, is he?
Mippet was
just a
in here
video.
too, but they dropped out. I don't know what happened to him.
Well, if he can't take the heat, then get out of the kitchen, I guess.
I don't think he likes him. Clearly, there must be something there.
Well,
Right the
I
hand is
don't
vile.
like him, but
no one likes
we'll
him.
watch the
That's
video.
why he's one of the only flat earthers that's been kicked out of everywhere.
Yeah,
Like,
pretty
that's
much.
how
Yeah.
vile
He cropped up
listen,
again in Jose's yesterday. He calls himself Write It Down.
That's all right. Listen, if anybody wants to drop out, they're perfectly entitled to drop out if they don't want to listen to it. I've done it myself, so it's no big deal.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
fine.
I'm not afraid of stupid. I challenge it and I eat it.
Yeah, but if he keeps going on with this claim about the Karen, was it whoever that person was he was talking about? If that keeps going on through the rest of it, well, it's not worth watching it.
Karen B. All it is him ranting. Yeah, it's just all about him ranting about connections and people saying this and banning that, and it's just a load of nonsense.
And he moves on to Brenda later on.
There's no substance. They're not talking about flat Earth. There's nothing scientific or anything else. It's just him ranting about different connections and people doing this and that and the other.
Well, blame I think it was Sheepy that gave me this.
Well, I think if we're talking about the video, I mean, really, if you look at the chicken scratch of a lunatic, that says it all. We really don't have to hear it. We just look at the paper. That's good enough to say, yeah, that boy ain't right.
Well, listen to another few seconds, and if it's the same narrative all the way through, well then.
Oh, it is.
It won't change, Terry. It won't change. He's always like this.
Alex Jones is a Masonic fucking show. If you don't know that Alex Jones is part of the frickin' Amber Alert.
It sounds like he's just having a whinge all the way through it.
Terry, he's a very atypical individual that's got major problems with everything that's not the way he wants it to be.
Yeah.
Absolutely everyone who disagrees with him is against him, and if they're against him, they're against the world. It's
a persecution complex.
Yeah, and honestly, I understand perfectly well why Alan left, because I'm very close myself. I won't even go into Jose's if I see him in there. He's not a nice individual. He's got issues, and just my personal belief.
No, well, yeah. So he kept bemoaning people who refused to discuss anything with him. But as soon as you try and discuss anything with him, well, you can't hold a polite conversation with him, because as soon as you hold an opposing view to him, then that's it. He just goes off on one. And I challenge anybody not to have an opposing viewpoint with
He's vile.
because he's out there.
He's vile.
He's completely out there.
Can I ask, is he the type that will spend like 25 minutes arguing about how you ask the question instead of giving just a simple yes or no answer.
Yes. He spent probably a week arguing about whether you could actually have light as a wave, because a wave has to be something solid. A particle has to be something solid. So you can't have waves of light, and light has to be a solid substance, because that's what a particle is. And
Did Blue fall asleep?
I'm talking about the kind of person, they'll be like, why you gotta ask that way? And they'll run on and on and on and on.
Heavy
breathing.
Who's breathing?
Can somebody stop breathing on the mic, please?
I thought Blue had fallen asleep. Sorry, Blue.
And instead of answering that yes or no question, they just basically have that persecution complex where they feel the least bit slighted, all of a sudden they have to play the victim card because they don't have one printed out. We're working on that, by the way.
We've got a complaint in the peanut gallery from Mippet. I give up. Zoom is shit.
Presumably Mippet can't get in then.
Well, the Mippet came in. I don't know what happened.
Well, geez, if I could work it out, then anybody could. I mean, do you realize how many nuts I had to kick in the nuts to get in here?
Barney's had to go to work. That's fair enough.
Rename me's off. Well, I'm off to bed now. Night, Renee.
Goodbye, Renee and me.
Good night, Renee and me.
Gosh, stare at
You're probably me. Good night, me.
Well, it's definitely not me.
You can come back in.
Try again, Miffet. And connect to internet audio.
It's Renee and somebody else.
Renee and me.
Well, how do I know me is you?
We don't know
But
what's
you must
happened.
be me.
What's happened?
Renee's
Well,
the
we
wife.
don't know what your problem was, Mippet. You couldn't get audio, or? As long as you got your avatar, I don't care.
And thank you to Stu for that. Thank you, Stu, for that link. That was awesome. My head hurts now.
If you explain the problem you have, then maybe somebody can help you out. But if you're just gonna be like, just be like, oh, this is stupid because I can't do it. Well, I'm not gonna say that that's pretty flat earth logic, but it kind of is.
Yeah, we're here to help. We're not here to criticize.
We're not here. We're here to help people. We don't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like you don't just give up. I mean, ask some questions, and maybe someone can help you out.
Who do I blame for the next video I've got here?
I know it's not me.
That'll be me.
Well, it's definitely not me.
Okay.
Oh, is it Blue's fault? Okay, remember
that. I already confessed. The rest of you guys don't have to deny it. I confess.
No, Blue, we can't blame you because you're too cool. So I blame Nathan.
Blue is owning it. So there you go.
I've owned it.
Play.
Push play.
Tell us, Riley. Don't you have a jar?
Shh.
Yeah, he sits on that screen for a few minutes. Let's see. He'll get there in a second, though.
Is he talking now?
This is something Mike Bertelson did.
Oh yeah, that first question just needs to say, "Does Riley understand?"
I had heard
Right,
this
can we mute now?
Listen.
Okay.
Shit out of me then, and it just came up again in what I've been reading and watching. So, well, let me play it for you. Let me just play what he says.
It's just disproportionately unrealistic to argue that we should have a model. How should we have a model? There's no science for a flat Earth. All of the science is all based around this bullshit nonsense of heliocentrism.
Okay, so
can I just say something right now? I need to go get my oven mitts on. I'm gonna need some serious face palm protection.
Yeah, can we just listen?
Says there is very, very telling. See, one of two things is going on here. Either Anthony Riley is completely incompetent and doesn't understand science or know how the scientific method works, or he's an outright fucking liar.
I say both.
Yeah.
Let me play it for you again.
Riley,
Just
no.
listen carefully. I'm going to stop it at a point here.
It's just disproportionately unrealistic to argue that we should have a model. How should we have a model? There's no science for a flat Earth.
No science.
Exactly.
Yeah.
See,
Well,
he's
he's
claiming
right
that
about that right there.
heliocentrism.
That's the quote of the week. That bit.
That's the first time he's ever been right about anything ever.
I can't hear what Mike's saying. Can we?
And the current heliocentric model and the science behind it is somehow keeping him and other flat earthers from having a model. Well, okay, so either, like I said, he's intellectually dishonest fucking liar, or he doesn't understand, 1, what a model is, 2, what science is, and 3, how the scientific method works. So let's cover this really quick. A model. It's nothing but a description of a given physical system or phenomenon or observation, something. That usually includes some predictive component, usually in the form of equations that predict how that model is going to operate. Okay, let's take, for instance, relative density. Well, he states that relative density is a force, and that force is why things fall out of the sky. If I were to go up that cliff, to drop that 4,000-foot cliff and drop a lawn dart off the top of that cliff, it falls because of relative density. That's his claim. Okay, so how can you make a claim? Well, if you understand what a model is, and if you understand what science is and how the scientific method works, then you know that in order to be able to make a claim that something is, you have to have evidence for that claim. You have to have some observation, calculation, or measurement that, in this case, would show that delta rho, the difference in density between the medium and the object, exerts a force, and be able to quantify that force, or at least not necessarily start out quantifying the force, but be able to show some evidence that there is a force that comes only from the difference in density between the medium and the object. And then you need to have some observation, calculation, or measurement that shows that the most likely reason things fall out of the sky is due to relative density, to the exclusion of all other probabilities, in this case including gravity. That's the goal here that Riley has. So what did we just say? We just said that in order to be able to make a claim, you have to have demonstrable evidence for that claim. Well, if you have that calculation, observation, or measurement that shows relative density is, 1, a force, that it exerts a force, and you can show that the force is due to relative density and nothing else, and that 2, that relative density is the most likely reason things fall to the exclusion of all other probabilities, then guess what you've also got? The evidence for your claim is also a model. Or at least it's the very basis for a model. It's the starting point for a model. So if Riley doesn't have a model for relative density, we'll use that as an example, but flat Earth in particular, relative density is the example we're going to use. If he doesn't have a model for relative density, that is not because the man is keeping him down. It's because he's fucking incompetent or a fucking liar. He's either incompetent in that he doesn't understand what science is and how the scientific method works and what a model is, or he understands those things and he's fucking lying because he knows he doesn't have the evidence to back up his claims. So he backs out saying, well, I can't have a model because the man won't let me have one. Okay, so here's what I want. I want all of you debunkers out there, all the globe earthers who, just like me, know for a fact the Earth is a globe, know that the heliocentric model is a real thing, need to push this clip and push him on what he said. Does he understand science? In which case, he's an intellectually dishonest bastard. Or does he not understand science? In which case, he is completely incompetent to have this discussion. I want everyone to push this point. I want everyone to make this clip part of their next video. If it's not the subject of the next video, I'm asking you guys to put it at the end like I just did for this one. In the description, there'll be a link to the original source video. I've already clipped this out. If anybody wants it, I will provide the clip for you with the original link so that we can all make sure that we're complying with fair use here. But I want everyone to call him on this. I want so many people to call him on this that he cannot ignore it. I want to know, Riley, are you scientifically incompetent to discuss this rationally and provide evidence for your claims, or are you a fucking liar? I want to know the answer to that, and I want everyone to push it. I'm Mike the Engineer, and I'm out.
I don't think Mike liked Riley.
I'm with him. I'm in his camp. I make no bones about the fact I hate the guy.
Well, you know, he was. I had forgotten about this. This was back. That clip that he's using comes from back in November. Riley was actually tearing me apart. That was my slide he had up on the screen behind him. And I completely missed that one little sentence in there.
A force.
Sorry.
Yeah. I missed that one little part in there. I didn't even think about it when he says flat Earth doesn't have any science.
Yeah, I've forgotten about that.
Yeah.
Well, of course, it doesn't have any science.
I'll have a video out tomorrow.
Well, man, that's what I like to hear.
I think that clip is worth replaying a few times.
Oh, I would definitely agree with that, but we also know that Riley doesn't believe it's flat Earth anyway. We know he knows.
So can I make a suggestion, Blue?
Yeah.
Flat Earth has no science, and these numbers mean nothing.
Yes, just put that in an audio clip right there. So, kind of like tie a knot in it.
Well, yeah, that's one. Riley has several quotes that are favourites of mine, but one of his outstanding ones is, "I don't have to measure it. The quanta does not have to be demonstrated." I have a list of classics, and that's one of them.
This is an egg.
Or what about these numbers mean nothing? They could be unicorn farts.
I was just about to mention that too. I don't know what this is.
It doesn't
but
matter.
With it.
It's not my. He also said, and this really gets me. It's not my fault if you don't understand the maths presented. My irony meter just self-destructed when you said that.
It's your fault for not understanding what I don't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy's a joke.
Logic and reason has never, ever, ever proved anything.
I think the best one I've ever heard him actually say, but it was unfortunately on a stream. I think it might have been in one of Jose's streams that got taken down for one reason or another. And he said something along the lines of, "If I don't understand it, that's not my fault. That's your fault for not explaining it properly."
Oh, okay. Yeah. Good thing I have my oven mitts on.
You need to get several pairs in when you're dealing with this guy, because he's not in touch with reality.
I'm
Okay, Blake.
scratching my head how to title this one, but I think I'm going to title it "Riley Finally Gets Something Right."
Yes.
That's the first thing he's ever said right that I've heard.
He finally got something right. Flat Earth doesn't have any friggin' science. You're correct. Thank you.
Stingray actually did something, and he had to rewrite the whole laws of physics and rewrite it all.
Rewrite reality.
The reality, yeah, just to get something working.
Oh, his flat Earth model with sunrise on it.
Yeah,
And it's toroidal something or other.
So whenever if Riley appears in a panel in a debate and tries to use scientific to prove the flat Earth, you say, Riley, stop. Flat Earth doesn't have any science. That's what you said. Stop right there.
You'll never catch him doing that. You'll never catch him actually trying to use science, because all he does is definitions and semantics.
So hang on. The one step further is we still do have that audio clip where Riley quite clearly states that a siphon would not work on density and buoyancy without gravity.
We need a soundboard.
His experiment. What was that? He's trying to use science. He did it really freaking badly, but he's trying to use science.
He didn't know there was a layer of
to prove that a force wasn't required.
He didn't know there was a layer of air on the inside of the eggshell. For starters, so that's if you don't know what the conditions of your experiment are and what everything's made out of and how it works, it isn't going to work the way you think it's going to work.
And I'm fairly certain there was when Riley first did this experiment, Blue was on our panel and we spoke about the old buoyant diver. The buoyant diver routine that you can do with a water bottle and a pen lid and a piece of blue tack or modeling clay on the pen cap.
That's what we all did in science
yeah,
class.
we all did it in science, and you can squeeze the bottle and let the bottle go, and the pen cap will go up and down in proportion to what you do with the exterior of the bottle, depending on what pressure you put on it.
Well, they had a toy. It was called the Magic Diver, and that's what it was.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
And the thing is if his buoyancy and density was so accurate, now that density of that water hasn't changed.
Well, the interesting part is that buoyancy requires gravity.
Yeah.
But then they deny gravity. So
But his whole that stuffs up his whole experiment.
egg experiment. You said egg.
Go, Blue.
Well, yeah, he just ignores it. I mean, his experiment was nothing but just a joke. You can't just say, I don't like gravity, so I'm not going to include it.
You'll find him avoiding talking about buoyancy as much as he can, because he knows that buoyancy involves gravity, and he will go out of his way to avoid discussing it and talking about it.
Yep.
He knows the Earth isn't flat, plain and simple.
Of course he does.
know.
Of course he does.
I'm
He's
sure of that.
just taking it for the money.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think they all do. Quantum Eraser, Nathan Oakley.
Yeah.
Oakley for sure. Yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Blue.
Most of those guys know it and believe it. I'm not so sure about Arwen. I don't think he's smart enough to know anything.
Well, I think Arwen will say and or do anything for friendship, and that's what it comes down to. He feels that these people are his friends, even though they talk to him like absolute crap. Like, I don't know how many people have actually listened to the way that he gets treated when he goes into their meets and stuff like that. It's deplorable. It really is.
I've noticed that.
Yeah.
And with Arwen, it's the closest thing he can find to accept it.
Yeah, and I think, like, I've started to talk to him on and off. I'll go into his live chats now, and I won't even I won't even poke the bear, so to speak. I'll just go in to say hello, how you going? You know, because I think Owen's in one of those unfortunate cases of he's just being led by these other idiots. You know.
Yeah. You might actually almost I dare venture a wild opinion, but I think maybe if we gave Arwen some sort of inclusivity and sort of like showed him that, like, yeah, these flat earthers and stuff, you feel like you're accepted there, but they treat you like crap. So if why don't you just come and talk to us, and hey, we don't have to talk about the flat earth or anything, just like,
that's been tried.
How's it going? And just show him some real friendship. Maybe he might actually turn on.
Well, when I spoke to him, I wrote a fairly long letter, and I just said, look, if you need someone to talk to, as long as if we don't talk about flat earth or globe earth, I can be a friend to you. And I think that's somewhat very important, because I don't like the idea of saying something that's going to trigger him. I think it's more of a case that
he just needs a friend.
Yeah.
Good on you, Pete.
He's 40 years old, guys.
Yeah, I know.
I need to pre-apologize for what I'm about to say. Sorry, Terry, get out the cuss jar.
Oh, okay. I'll block my ears.
Okay. Yep. Arwen just simply needs to grow the fuck up.
Yeah, very much so. He needs to stop listening to those dicks and grow up.
I think that's true of a lot of them, actually. I mean, look at Nathan Thompson, the way he carries on like an entitled, what would you call it?
I agree with Blue as well. I tried to reach out to him as well months ago, but he just completely rejected, didn't want anything to do with me, and that's fine. And at that point, I hadn't even had any contact with him up to that point. But other people have, and Sheeple has as well. Different people have, and like Blue says, he's 40 years of age. He should be a grown-ass man to make his own decisions and realize what's going on.
Jesus Christ! Cut off that silly ass ponytail. Put on some decent clothes and go get a fucking job.
Obviously, Casual, I'm a bit cuter than you.
Well, I'm just a giant hunk of man meat, so I got you all beat.
Peter, I wouldn't disagree with you there.
Yeah, but I think you've got it right there, Blue. I think it's a severe case of he hasn't experienced real world enough. Even when he got that P900 that he got. Did he post any pictures?
I think he just took that, and that was sort of like a token, that he got, and that sort of like spells out like, oh well, they gave me this really good camera. It's not a good camera. It's really good camera, and oh, it's so special, and so I have this token, so I have to have, it's like a commitment that he feels. He has to have some sort of loyalty.
Yeah.
And that's probably why, like, when you reach out to him, he tends to reject it, because he really, maybe he's just that socially inept. I mean, I hate to say, but maybe he's just that socially inept. He doesn't sound like someone, like, if you talk to him on the street, that he would actually be a reasonable person.
I gotta say, he does seem like a fairly reasonably intelligent guy. Asks some questions that the others aren't really comfortable with, and they tend to move on when he asks those. And I think that's why they treat him so crappily as well, is because he's asking the wrong questions that they don't want asked.
He's asking real questions, but they're not the questions that they want to take.
Yeah, he's going off script, and there's a very in that crowd and in that show, there is a very definite script, and the second you go off script, you're going to hear about it.
It's definitely the off script. He disrupts the script because he maybe poses a legitimate question.
Yeah, and they can't be that. And that is not the place. That is not the forum for legitimate questions.
This is not part of the act, so stop doing that.
He is a disingenuous little shit. He went on and on for a week or two, couple of months ago about Earth Moon Earth bounce.
I was there with you, Blue.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
and we did everything except fly to Amsterdam and hold his freaking hand and take him down to the local amateur radio club and let him see it for himself. And he won't get off his ass, or he won't climb down out of mommy's attic or wherever it is he lives and make a trip to the other side of town if necessary to actually see this shit for real. And he can do it and put his own two hands on it, for God's sakes.
I don't think he even leaves the house.
So
He won't do anything.
I went to the trouble and the effort of actually researching and finding the nearest amateur radio club for him. I posted the link for him. I sent it as an email to him as well. And last time he got triggered in his live stream, that was my fault, because I simply asked, have you been to the amateur radio club yet? And my God, he exploded.
He's absolutely
terrified. And somebody
find out he's wrong.
Somebody worked out that it's 15 minutes walk maximum from his house.
Yeah, that was
15 minutes.
Me, Kaz.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's why I don't think he even leaves the house. I think he's actually too afraid of the outside world. Maybe there's some underlying condition, like maybe he's agoraphobic.
Yeah.
I don't want to sound like I'm speaking out of turn, but I've seen various things posted in various comments and various videos, a lot of which were very quickly deleted. I think you'll find a lot of this situation is out of his hands, and he's not in a house. I think you'll find he's in a hostel.
That could be.
And I think he's there. I think he's there for reasons various that I don't want to go into, because I don't know whether what I saw is true or not. But
I know for a fact that he went to the Flat Earth conference that was not far from his house.
Yeah.
Was that the Globe Light Tour thing?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
I think so.
he was, because it was on video. But I
yeah, no, I don't go into
it. I would possibly cut him a modicum of slack, shall I say?
Yeah.
I almost, not quite, but almost feel sorry for him.
Well, I'll say this: if he's being supervised one way or the other, my suggestion would be take that damned crossbow away from him.
and the sword.
Yeah. Like I don't know the accuracy of what I've seen, so I won't go into any detail, and I won't even say whether it's true or not. But if it is, it couldn't explain a few things.
There's no way he's in any kind of hostel if he's got a crossbow and a sword. There's not a chance. No way.
I don't think so.
Well, if I'm purely speculating here, but my estimate is that maybe he perhaps lives in the spare room of his mom's house, and he just sort of keeps to his room, and he never wants to go outside and do anything. And that one time he went out for the Flat Earth conference, it was probably pretty painful for him to actually go out, but he's doing anything for acceptance. So it was just a measure of his perhaps personal internal phobias competing with his desire to feel accepted, and so he felt like he had to do that. And maybe he just doesn't leave the house.
No, could well be.
All we can do is speculate, really. We
can't say for sure, of course.
No. It's of all of that crowd, if I was going to feel sorry for anybody, it might just be him. But
yeah, you guys are making me feel sorry for the guy.
Good, fantastic. The more I can make feel sorry for him, the more that might reach out for him, and that might change it.
That might not be.
But that's been tried, and people just get very roughly rejected. It's tricky when you try and help somebody and they just don't want to know.
Well, as the adage goes, you kill them with kindness, and maybe if enough people just reach out to him, just say, "Hey, bud, hey, let's talk," and maybe enough people reaching out to him, he might actually eventually take that step, because he doesn't seem like he's really committed, as in he believes it's that there's an ulterior motive that he has to stick around people like Oakley who will treat him like crap.
Yeah.
I don't know, because at the same time, he has got some seriously out there views and ideas, hasn't he?
Oh, he really. Sorry, Blue.
Andrea in the chat says Arwen lives with his sister.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, maybe it's
right.
a fair room with his sister then.
Yeah. Maybe that's the problem.
I know for a fact after watching not all of it because I really can't watch all of his stream, but
No.
he got onto one of those streams about Bigfoot and all of that, and that was really out there. Some of the stuff he was saying. So I don't know.
If they'd stop being such an arrogant little crotch waffle, I might have some sympathy for him.
Well, I don't think he has as much arrogance as Nathan Thompson, though. Nathan Thompson.
Well, nobody's got any more.
No.
Yeah,
that's not in question.
That's no comparison there.
So yeah.
See, I think the thing with Thompson is that he actually.
I didn't bring up Thompson.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about
I didn't bring up Thompson.
We don't need to talk
somebody
about
mentioned it earlier. Somebody mentioned.
So hang on. Can I just go to my kitchen and grab a fork? I need to go scratch my ears out. If you're going to talk about Thompson.
It's to the eyes.
No, press play, Terry.
Scratching your ears
Just
out
press
is-
play and ignore him. Mute him. Mute
Yeah.
him.
I can mute your ass, you know.
You don't want that happening again, Phil.
Just another stream you'd be muted on.
Why?
I'll behave.
Am I not doing? Am I not doing something original? Am I not doing something original?
Hey, Terry, press play.
Oh, okay.
Been watching this channel for a while now and you do not know who Jeranism is, then what have you been watching? But seriously, here's a reminder.
If he's holding it up at 23 feet high and we're seeing the light, well, that's because the Earth's curved. So I should only be able to see it when it's at 17 feet. Okay, go ahead and drive down there, Enrique. You're going to hold the light there. Enrique, how high is your light?
17 feet.
I mean, it's as... we don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head. Interesting.
Yes, that was Jeran proving curvature when he was trying not to in the Netflix documentary Behind the Curve. Interestingly, Jeranism is still a flat earther after that faux pas, and he's still churning out content. We need to go back and reevaluate his channel. This is going to be a good one. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Yes, today we're taking a look at Flat Earth legend Jeran and his channel Jeranism. He has made a video asking whether or not we are spinning. It's an old argument from the Flat Earthers, but let's see if he brings anything new to the table.
First, whenever we're discussing this topic, many people will want to use angular speed.
And why wouldn't you? Angular speed, or angular velocity, refers to how fast something revolves or rotates. Earth revolves.
A 15-degree-per-hour drift.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
So yeah.
Why? Well, because the angular speed is the same no matter where you might be on Earth.
And what is the problem with that?
While linear speed is simply distance over time. So we can make this simple with this simple circle animation. Consider first this circle is a merry-go-round with a circumference of 100 feet. Now clearly, to anyone who can just think at all, the blue dot, and we can pretend these are horses since this is a merry-go-round, the blue horse moves faster over a given time. The green horse moves the slowest because of the equation distance over time. The blue horse is going around 100 feet in, say, 4 seconds, but the green horse, which has a much smaller circumference, is going only 10 feet in that same 4 seconds.
Yes, and magically the green horse is moving through the same degree of angle as the blue horse, isn't it?
But if we use angular speed, well then both the green horse and the blue horse have the same angular speed, but very different linear speeds. The blue horse is going 25 feet per second, and the green horse is going 2.5 feet per second, 10 times less. This makes sense. Someone at the center of the merry-go-round will definitely feel a different speed than someone at the edge.
And that makes sense because you need to move faster on the outside to achieve the same angular velocity. I'm not sure what this is proving, Jaren.
However, if we use angular speed, as most globe proponents will want to do, then the speed of the horses is all the same. They're all moving the same angular speed. The blue horse on the outer edge and the green horse towards the middle. So it makes sense why they want to use radians and talk about angular velocity, because they would be the same. But we know someone at the outer edge of the merry-go-round would always move faster than someone near the middle.
But we are a rotating object. Why would we use linear speed?
The next little trick that globe believers use is to say, well, yes, we are spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, but we're only going around once per day. No one could ever feel that. Well, in a sense, they're most certainly correct.
Yes, they are. And I'm hoping there won't be a but.
On our merry-go-round here, if the blue dot moved around at, say, 1 rotation per day, you wouldn't even know it was moving. It would be so slow.
Exactly, Jaren. You're getting it now.
But here's the trick. Remember, this merry-go-round is only 100 feet in circumference. So let's extend that to, say, a mile. So now the merry-go-round goes around 1 mile per day. Now, would the blue horse know that it was moving? Well, just barely. Not quite like grass growing, but if you looked out, you would be able to tell that you were moving, but it would be very, very slow. You'd be moving at about 1/25th of a mile per hour. But to see if we'd notice flying 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, we'd have to take that small speed we were just talking about, that 1 mile per day, and multiply it by 25,000. Think of anything moving at any noticeable speed, and then think times 25,000. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, see, you're combining angular velocity and linear speed with that statement. 1 revolution per day is 1 revolution per day. It doesn't matter about the size of the circle.
Think of seeing a car drive by at 30 miles per hour. Okay, well, 25,000 times that is 750,000 miles per hour. Ridiculous. So think of a car going 1 mile per hour. Now times 25,000, that's 25,000 miles per hour. So I hope you can see how insane it is to multiply any speed by 25,000.
Yes, I can, but your calculation to get 25,000 is completely wrong.
But that's what we need to do to compare it to the speed that we're moving on the Earth. That merry-go-round at 1 rotation per day, which is 1 mile per day, needs to be multiplied by 25,000. The speed would send anyone flying off the Earth without a doubt. Let's get back to our example and how it compares to Earth. But my hope is that you realize why I think angular velocity is just not needed here and why globe believers will jump to use it. They want to use angular speed because they want to say that both the blue dot or the gray dot, the red dot, and even the green dot are all going the same speed.
No, we use it because we are rotating.
A 15-degree-per-hour drift.
Thanks again, Bob. Not going in a straight line.
Angular speed lets them do that. Linear speed does not.
Because we are not moving in a straight line.
So linear speed says that the horse on the outside has the greatest linear speed because obviously it has a greater radius. And angular speed says the speed of all the horses is the same because they all make 1 revolution in the same time. Okay, moving on to a globe Earth. Since we know linear speed is simply distance over time, we can easily figure out the linear speed for any location on a globe Earth. The circumference of their latitude, which would be d, over time of rotation 24 hours, which would be t. So at the equator, we have a circumference of 24,901 miles. We divide that by 24, and we get its linear speed of 1,037 miles per hour. For Los Angeles, we get a circumference at that latitude of 20,670 miles. Divide that by 24, and we get a linear speed of 861 miles per hour. For Anchorage, Alaska, a circumference at that latitude is 12,000 miles. Divide by 24, and we get 500 miles per hour. Move to the tip of Greenland, circumference of 2,771 miles. Divide that by 24, we get 115 miles per hour. And at just outside the North Pole, a circumference of 86 miles. Divide that by 24, and we get about 3.5 miles per hour.
Thank you for showing us all that you can use a calculator, Jaren. But is this relevant?
And again, with linear speed, this is very easy, right? The equator, 24,901 divided by 24 is 1037. Alaska, 12,000 miles circumference, 24 hours equals 500 miles per hour.
Newton's first law states that an object at rest or an object going at constant speed will remain so unless acted upon by an outside force. So essentially, going at a constant speed is very similar to being at rest. You cannot detect it. It doesn't matter if you're going 1 mile an hour or 100,000 miles an hour. If that speed is constant, you will not feel it.
Very easy. But now let's look at angular speed. So the equation for angular speed is velocity equals the angular speed times the radius. So 1037 miles per hour equals the angular speed times the radius, 3959. So the angular speed equals 0.26 radians per hour. So now let's look at the angular speed of Alaska. Again, V equals WR, so that's 500 miles per hour equals W times the radius of 1910. So W equals 0.26 radians per hour.
Does that not seem weird to you? Does that not make you think, oh, hang on, we are rotating?
A 15-degree-per-hour drift.
Geez, Bob, really going for the MVP today, aren't you?
So now you can see that the math is what allows it. The equation for angular speed, no matter where you choose on Earth, is always 0.26 radians per hour. And if you see here, if you go to this site, this little conversion tool, and put in 0.26 radians per hour, what does that equal? Well, it equals 0.999 rotations or revolutions per day. So now you can see how they always want to discuss this topic with angular speed, because linear speed exposes the nonsense.
Right, so linear speed exposes the nonsense of angular speed on a rotating object, which is what you use angular speed for. Gotcha.
Because angular speed says that all horses anywhere on a merry-go-round are all moving the same speed. And get this, that's no matter how big the merry-go-round is. That's crazy talk. Think if a merry-go-round was 1 million miles in circumference. To think that all the horses on the merry-go-round would move at equal speed is kind of loony. Imagine being on an inner horse, then be taken to an outer horse near the edge. Wow.
Well, unless the merry-go-round sped up or slowed down, then you wouldn't notice.
And so, they want us to think that no matter where you are on a merry-go-round, it would always feel the same. That's truly insanity. The difference in speed would be clearly measurable, and yet it's not. It's all mathematics again. We already heard Vsauce tell us that math is not science because we invented it. In math, we decide what's true. Numbers are not even things. They aren't concrete. They are not even nouns. They are adjectives that describe things, no different than colors, really. You cannot show me green any more than you can show me 5.
Actually, I can. This is green, and this is 5. Jaren moves on to another one of his amazing points.
And we can find more of the quote-unquote tricks of the trade. Centrifugal force is the moving or tending to move away from the center, versus centripetal force, which is the moving or tending to move towards a center. If you forget which is which, like I did for a while, an easy way to remember is to think of the F and the P. When I see the F, I think of flying off or flying away, and when I see the P, I think of pulling towards the center. So maybe that will help you a little as well.
So, a man who is trying to tell his audience about physics and maths has to use the letters in the words centrifugal and centripetal in order to remember which one is which. Right. Okay.
Now watch the trick here. The formula for centrifugal force is the centrifugal force equals the mass times the velocity squared over the radius. And the answer is in newtons. And the formula for the centripetal force is force equals mass times the velocity squared over the radius. And the answer is in newtons. Wait, aren't they the same? One for the force flying out and away, and then the other is the force pulling inward? Then you might see that in the general theory of relativity, that it just so happens that gravity and the centrifugal force are equivalent. In order for something to stay still while on a spinning platform like a merry-go-round, they say that all the forces need to add up to a zero vector. Well, to do that, you need the fly-away force to equal the pulling-in force. So when you include our weight, which they say is because of gravity, then you can start to see the mathematical tricks involved. Your senses go right out the window. Really, Jaren, doesn't science require our sense of observation and depend on our senses?
He's about to say our senses are better than physics, isn't he? Nope, I can't continue. I am absolutely shocked, even now, at the absolute disdain that Jaren has for maths and physics. He believes that we are subjectively using science and maths like a crowbar to twist the narrative about Earth and prove flat earthers wrong. But physics is an objective discipline. It is what it is. It works, and it has done for hundreds of years. Anyone who listens to Jeren regarding maths and science need to take a long, hard look at themselves, because I can absolutely assure you he is talking poppycock. Now, Jeren had a hard time understanding Earth's spin, but if he understood it like Dashlane understands online security, then he'd be a globe earther again in no time. Yes, Dashlane are once again sponsoring today's video, the awesome password manager that helps make your online experience faster, easier, and most importantly, safer on all of your devices. Dashlane will generate super strong passwords for any new accounts that you sign up for online, as well as autofill on web pages with personal data such as your address and payment information. The absolute best thing about Dashlane is they'll keep all your online passwords and information safe and secure and decrypted in a little online digital vault on all your devices. You just need one master password to unlock everything. Dashlane is trusted by over 11 million users in 180 countries. So get it free on your first device today by going to dashlane.com/SimonDan, and if it does everything I've just said it does, which it will, then use the code SimonDan at the checkout to get 10% off Dashlane Premium. So that brings us nicely to the end of today's Flat Earth Friday. Thank you very much for watching. I do hope you enjoyed it. If you did, a like and subscribe would be thoroughly appreciated. I've been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great weekend, and I'll see you on Tuesday for part 2 of Taboo Conspiracy's Lunar Lander video. See you then.
I did a 24-minute video on that same Jeren thing a few months ago.
So is that basically the problem they've got with not knowing that you can feel speed? Is that what it's basically what it's talking about?
Yeah. It's
Feel
exactly what it's
acceleration.
You don't feel a steady, constant speed.
No.
Otherwise, how would they? Back in the day when they were flying on Concorde, how would they quite happily have got up from their seat, wandered down, used the toilet, maybe sort of said, "Excuse me, can I have another drink, please?" All whilst flying at twice the speed of sound.
Well,
I actually flew on Concorde once.
Oh, wow! I'm actually genuinely jealous.
Yeah.
But I set foot on one particular Concorde many times, but it's only because the prototype 002, so it's a Duxford Imperial Normal.
Well, in all seriousness here, the problem that they don't seem to make the connection with is relative velocity. They don't seem to understand what relative velocity is. If you have several things all moving at the same speed, the relative velocity is zero. So you can have a cup of water on a plane, and it doesn't just fly out because there's nothing acting on the water. The water has already been acted on. It has been accelerated to the same speed as the passenger who is holding that glass of water. So that force has already been acted on, and now it has reached an equilibrium where all frames of reference are literally moving at the same speed. And I think that's the thing that they don't get. For some reason, they don't make that connection.
Well, again, or they ignore things like frames of reference.
Or they ignore.
Yeah.
Well, speed is relative, period.
Well, yeah. I mean, it all depends on, point A and point B.
Yeah.
Point B is moving away from you from point A. That's your only frame of reference.
Yeah, and you don't know whether it's moving away from you or you're moving away from it.
I think also it's the fact that they actually think that there's up and down in space. They don't realize that there is no up and down in space.
They cannot comprehend frames of reference. They have no idea what that means.
No.
They don't get the fact that speed is relative in all cases. Just none of it makes sense to them, and you can't explain it enough to make it make sense to them for some reason.
Philosopher nonsense. There is no up and down in space, but there is uppity and downity. So
Uppity?
Oh no,
yeah, uppity and downity.
There's droppity.
No, I've proven it. I've
space.
done a video on it and everything. There's uppity and downity. Don't argue with me. No, I'm only joking.
Oh well, wait, no, that's a video, so that's CGI. So that's obviously faked.
Casual. The thing you have to remember though is you need thrusty bits to make that work.
Is that the pushy
stuff?
Pushy parts.
But
Yeah.
how
You gotta have
how can you
pushy
make it
parts
work?
there, thrusty bits.
No, it's
obviously
thrusty bits, yeah.
Rockets don't work in space. They can't. That's a
All right, you guys.
Well, they can when
That's
they
a
got
lot of
thrusty
crayons.
bits, according to
That's
Bandy.
one, yeah, that we heard the other
I'm all
one.
out of crayons now.
Oh dear. See, I couldn't be a flat earther. I just couldn't maintain that level of bullshit long enough.
Right, I don't understand how they can continue to just believe this crap.
They're clinging to that belief because of their ego. If they dare accept the fact that they were wrong, then they would have to admit that they were wrong about a lot of things for a very long time.
From what I hear as well, Jeranism apparently almost begged the documentary crew to actually film his experiment because he was so excited about it. And it went out so horribly wrong.
Yeah.
And even after that, he still believes in the flat Earth. Unbelievable.
Well, no, he doesn't believe in the flat Earth. That's just the narrative he's pushing because he's making money. out
Well,
of it.
Yeah.
okay, all right, he's pushing it then. He's pushing.
Yeah, that's a Poe maneuver.
Yeah.
See, that comes back to the question: how many quote unquote flat earthers are really flat earthers? How many actually believe it, and how many are just riding the money train, if you will, trying to just pick up people who will super chat them? I mean, the Morgile got somebody to super chat him $1,000 to get him a car.
Good God.
Yeah, well, Oakley got himself another car on the strength of super chats and whatnot, didn't he? He got himself an albeit a cheap old Lexus on
That's it.
the back of the money he got from his worshippers. I mean, viewers. No, I was right the first time. Wasn't I?
That's it. Screw you guys. I'm becoming a flat earther.
Screw you
Time
guys.
for a new car, is it?
Oh,
Yes,
I need a new car. I'll be back. It's all right. I'll just get the car. Once I've got the car, I'll be back.
Hey, actually,
You're Cartmaning us, aren't you, Pete?
Yeah.
Becoming
Yeah,
a
I am.
sellout.
no, Peter, I could save you a whole lot of time. Super Rats has a Austin Powers car that
Oh,
he's
you
giving
know you're
away.
never getting that. Give up on that. Come on, no, you know you're never getting that thing.
So, okay, what do I have to do? And as long as if it's not sexual, I'll give it a go.
Oh well, okay, never mind then.
No.
That's not what you told me last night, Peter. You said you're up for sexual favors. You said to me last night you lied.
That was to you though, Casual. I'm sorry, but anyone that can make a video that goes
Right,
down the
that's it.
whole
That's
line of daytime, nighttime. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Peter. Sorry, Peter. You're dumped.
Okay,
I just want to point out right here. I just want to point out right here. I'm not the one this time. I'm not the one who corrupted the conversation. Okay, so I'm out of this one. I'm free of blame. I didn't do this one. You guys did that. That's all on you. You got to point that out though, that it wasn't you this time, because every other time it would have been. I'll just point that out.
Casual. I just want to know: is it worse getting text dumped or dumped live on YouTube?
Oh, you got to do it live, haven't you? You got to do it live.
I mean, it's the best way. That way you've got evidence.
Oh yeah.
If he
Yeah,
starts
exactly.
crying,
All right,
you've
no,
got evidence. You've got something you can watch later with a glass of wine or tears.
I can one up you right there. I can one up you right there. Is it worse to get dumped on live on YouTube, or is it worse to get dumped on live TV? Nationally televised, internationally televised.
Well, that's a bigger audience. So yeah,
I have seen a fairly largely public marriage proposal not go the way he hoped it would.
Yeah, where she said no.
We know the Melania slap hand slap away heard round the world.
Which one?
When
This may not have reached me. I don't pay any attention to the
oh
Oompa Loompa.
well, IQ 45, better known as Donald Trump, tried to reach out to Melania to hold her hand because he wanted it to look good for pictures, and she slapped his hand away.
Ooh.
Like, don't touch me, you creep.
Ooh. Juicy.
It was cold, dude. It was ice cold.
Well, what about this? This is on YouTube. What about the guy that it was April Fool's and he wanted to do? It was a girl. It was April Fool's Day, and she wanted to tease her boyfriend, wanted to wind him up. So live in air, she pretended she was dumping him. But during the process, obviously he believed it, and then he turned around. Well, fuck you then. I've been sleeping with your best friend. Sorry, Milana. True.
Oh, no.
I was like,
that hurt.
That kind of backfired a little bit.
Oh, that makes my chest hurt. Ouch.
Yeah, and it all came out. He was sleeping with her best friend as well.
Yeah, talk about a prank backfire.
Oh yeah. Anyway, we're going a bit off topic here, aren't we?
Yeah, we are a bit.
A tad. Yeah.
It's funny though.
Did we have a topic, Casual?
We might have done once.
No, not tonight. It's
Well,
one of
okay,
those.
well,
it's the after before pre-show thing.
Yeah, but it's gone off sort of science and flat Earth and all that kind of stuff. That's what I mean.
Wait a minute, hold on.
That's not always a bad
off
thing.
the rails about 30 seconds in.
Well, you do know the Creaky Blinder just dropped a video. If you want to start watching another video.
Creaky.
What was he?
Oh.
Yeah, let's watch a bit of Creaky.
Yeah.
I said that like an hour and a half ago.
I know you did, Pip. It's all right.
You did, Pip. You did.
No,
Pip,
never
yeah.
listens to me.
I do.
You
An hour and a
do.
half.
Yeah.
We can't
all
hear you over
credit,
everyone else, Pip.
all credit goes to you, Pip. We know it was you.
Yeah.
Towards the center of the circle.
Wait a minute. What's this? Something's been dropped in the internal again.
Mind you, if I'd said, "Oh, I said that 2 hours ago," everybody told me to shut up. Ah, shut up.
Casual.
You're not me.
Shut up.
I'm special. It's my birthday.
Well, I've got three videos lined up here for the Peanut Gallery.
Is it really today? Is it really today your birthday, Pip?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Happy birthday.
Thanks.
I didn't bake you a cake, Pip.
Now, I thought Mad
I
might have
did.
been here with one.
I did, but it's in the
I
post. It's on
offered
its
to
way
send
to
you
you.
cake earlier. You said you didn't want it. Fine, my cake's
No, I
not
don't
good enough.
really.
I'll eat it myself.
I'll email you a cake later.
Mad makes carrot cakes. I don't like them, but I was just, the thought we might have been there.
Oh,
It's all right. I get free cake.
So we just watched Jism and his wonderful ego, and I just had an email drop in my inbox, and it just made me chuckle when you talk about ego. It's a list of the tour dates of Roger Waters' next tour coming up. And this is how he describes himself: the creative genius of Pink Floyd. It's nothing like blowing your own trumpet, is there?
I'm sorry, no. Once you try to say you have as much creative genius as Pink Floyd, you lost the argument.
I mean, I know he wrote a lot of their stuff, but to say, "Oh, I'm the creative genius of Pink Floyd," yeah, that's why you got booted out of Pink Floyd, sort of.
Yeah, kind of lost me there. Yeah.
Yeah. And where would you be without David Gilmour?
Well, hey, did you hear how many flat earthers have a master's in physics but can't build a treehouse?
Careful, don't invoke him. Whatever he calls himself these days.
Maybe we're not being fair. Maybe they mean physics by some different spelling, like F-I-S something.
Z. F-I-Z-I-X.
F-I-Z-Z-I-X.
F-I-Z-I-K-S.
Physics. See, that works.
Maybe it's
they've been to the Slade School of Spelling, haven't they?
See, maybe they're just misspeaking. They say Masters of Physics, But really what it came down to is they're a master at opening a bottle of carbonated soda. So it's a master of fizziness, really. They
True.
figured out that shaking a can of soda and opening it causes it to get fizzy. So they think they're a master at it. Same motion, really.
Play the next one. What do we got?
Yeah, play the next one.
It starts to hurt the head thinking the way they do.
Yeah.
Well, I got A, B, or C, or 1, 2, and 3 for flat earthers, not knowing numbers, so I'll use A, B, C.
B.
Can we have 3B, please?
I reckon you do blues one first.
5.
Friends don't let friends flirt.
But it's so much fun when they do.
Do blues one first, Terry. The response to Jism.
just play a couple of minutes of it. I had fun with that one.
And Professor Phil's out in the chat too, Terry.
No,
Hi,
no,
Phil.
play the whole thing.
Hello, Phil.
Hey, Phil.
Well, it goes for
Well, you said
24
just play-
minutes. We're gonna. Can we?
Just play
Yeah, play the whole thing.
it starting at about 7 minutes anyway. That part's funny right there.
Cool.
You would be able to tell that you were moving, but it would be very, very slow. You'd be moving at about 1/25th of a mile per hour. But to see if we'd notice flying 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, we'd have to take that small speed we were just talking about, that 1 mile per day, and multiply it by 25,000. Think of anything moving at any noticeable speed, and then think times 25,000. It's ridiculous. Think of seeing a car drive by at 30 miles per hour. Okay, well, 25,000 times that is 750,000 miles per hour. Ridiculous. So think of a car going 1 mile per hour. Now times 25,000, that's 25,000 miles per hour. So I hope you can see how insane it is to multiply any speed by 25,000. But that's what we need to do to compare it to the speed that we're moving on the Earth. That merry-go-round at 1 rotation per day, which is 1 mile per day, needs to be multiplied by 25,000.
Whoa. Wait a minute. What did that knucklehead just do? He assumed the circumference of the Earth is 25,000 miles. Okay, I'm all right with that. But then he took the speed of a car at 30 miles an hour and multiplied that by 25,000 miles and came up with 750,000 miles per hour. What? That's miles per hour times miles. That's square miles per hour. What the hell is that? The speed of real estate? Then he backed it down to 1 mile per hour and got 25,000 miles per hour somehow or the other. I guess that must be for one of those smaller lots in the back of the trailer park, huh? Jaron, stop, man. Just stop. You're giving me a migraine. I think we found the other jackass. Gladys, what do you think? Hey, I'm not going to say that. You'll have to tell him that.
The speed would send anyone flying off the Earth without a doubt. Let's get back to our example and how it compares to Earth. But my hope is that you realize why I think angular velocity is just not needed here and why globe believers will jump to use it. They want to use angular speed because they want to say that both the blue dot or the gray dot, the red dot, and even the green dot are all going the same speed. Angular speed lets them do that. Linear speed does not. So linear speed says that the horse on the outside has the greatest linear speed because obviously it has a greater radius. And angular speed says the speed of all the horses is the same because they all make one revolution in the same time. Okay, moving on to a globe Earth, since we know linear speed is simply distance over time, we can easily figure out the linear speed for any location on a globe Earth.
Well, let's see. What has Jaron done so far? He's attempted to portray math as some sort of hoax that's been perpetrated on us by all those really smart kids. He's mangled the concepts of uniform circular motion, and now he's going to spend several minutes calculating the angular speed of a bunch of different points on the Earth. I think we'll just skip that part and move on to centripetal force. That's where it's going to get interesting.
We can simply look at centrifugal versus centripetal force to see another glaring example, and we can find more of the quote-unquote tricks of the trade. Centrifugal force is the moving or tending to move away from the center, versus centripetal force, which is the moving or tending to move towards a center. If you forget which is which, like I did for a while, an easy way to remember is to think of the F and the P. When I see the F, I think of flying off or flying away, and when I see the P, I think of pulling towards the center. So maybe that will help you a little as well. Now watch the trick here. The formula for centrifugal force is the centrifugal force equals the mass times the velocity squared over the radius, and the answer is in newtons. And the formula for the centripetal force is force equals mass times the velocity squared over the radius, and the answer is in newtons. Wait, aren't they the same? One for the force flying out and away, and then the other is the force pulling inward? Then you might see that in the general theory of relativity, that it just so happens that gravity and the centrifugal force are equivalent.
No, Jaron. Gravity and the centrifugal force are most definitely not equivalent. You're not weightless, are you?
In order for something to stay still while on a spinning platform like a merry-go-round, they say that all the forces need to add up to a zero vector. Well, to do that, you need the fly-away force to equal the pulling-in force. So when you include our weight, which they say is because of gravity, then you can start to see the mathematical tricks involved. Your senses go right out the window. Really, Jaron, doesn't science require our sense of observation and depend on our senses? Nope, not even close. Let's let Neil deGrasse Tyson tell us so we are all clear here about science and our senses.
Yeah, that's so what you learn when you study science in general, but astrophysics especially, that you no longer invoke your senses to judge what makes sense, or you no longer invoke your personal philosophies to judge what should be true. The universe is what it is, and it really doesn't care about your senses. Yeah.
Oh, okay, Neil. We are no longer to use our senses to judge what makes sense. The universe is what it is and doesn't care about your senses. And we can start to see why. Because they have built the universe mathematically, and only those skilled in those equations that have been made up are equipped to explain the world. How the universe they built using the math they constructed works. No deception can possibly work there. Because if you begin to invoke our own senses and to question what they have built, scary things begin to happen as the world they built begins to show signs of being a worldview, a religion masked by mathematical fact. We've all been had, ladies and gentlemen. So the site is called the Physics Classroom. This is, I guess, for children. It starts out talking about acceleration, then gives the geometric proof of inward acceleration. But we're going to go down a little bit further here so we can see an experiment or a test. So let me read you this from Direction of the Acceleration Vector. It says, objects moving in circles at constant speed accelerate towards the center of the circle. The acceleration of an object is often measured using a device known as an accelerometer. A simple accelerometer consists of an object immersed in a fluid such as water. Consider a sealed jar that is filled with water. A cork attached to the lid by a string can serve as an accelerometer. To test the direction of acceleration for an object moving in a circle, the jar can be inverted and attached to the end of a short section of a wooden 2x4. A second accelerometer constructed in the same manner can be attached to the opposite end of the 2x4. If the 2x4 and accelerometers are clamped to a rotating platform and spun in a circle, the direction of the acceleration can be clearly seen by the direction of the lean of the corks. As the cork-water combination spins in a circle, the cork leans towards the center of a circle. The least massive of the two objects always leans in the direction of the acceleration. In the case of the cork and the water, the cork is less massive on a per milliliter basis, and thus it experiences the greater acceleration. Having less inertia, owing to its smaller mass on a per milliliter basis, the cork resists the acceleration the least and thus leans to the inside of the jar towards the center of the circle. This is the observable evidence that an object moving in a circular motion at constant speed experiences an acceleration that is directed towards the center of the circle. This is complete nonsense. The water is being pushed to the outside, just like in the gravitron, just like in the merry-go-round of death, just like in any merry-go-round, just like in anything spinning. The water is flying towards the outside, which is pushing the lighter cork towards the middle. This here actually says, the cork of the water accelerometer points inward towards the center of the circle when placed upon this rotating platform, thus indicating an inward acceleration for circular motion. Wow.
So it can't work like that, huh? Hey, y'all watch this. Somebody hold my beer. Today we're going to look at the direction of acceleration in a rotating frame of reference. So what I've done is constructed a very crude little device here, just a carriage bolt, a little carriage that I can sit on the bolt like so. So it'll spin, and it's made to hold my cell phone. My cell phone has got a linear accelerometer application on it. So what we have is green is the y-axis, acceleration that way would be toward the center, and red is the x-axis, so acceleration that way would be up or positive. And you'll see that when we rotate this thing. So what I'm going to do, let me unlock the screen. Let's see, we got to get the scale back. Let's get it back to, there we go. So now the scale vertically is from -2 to +2 meters per second squared. I'm going to turn the assembly around this way. Okay, and you see the accelerometer reacting to it maybe. I'll show it to you in a second. What I'm going to do is just spin this clockwise. So here we go. All right. Now let me pause that, because I gave it a pretty good spin. That's what we just did. The acceleration, as you see, that's the y-axis, the green. The acceleration was that way, in toward the center, just like the book says. The red is the x-axis. It shows negative, but that's because we're spinning it this way. So it's actually accelerating, not in the positive direction for the x-axis, in the negative direction. So there we have it. Want to do it again? Let me unlock the screen. This time, let me go back to better scale. Okay, there's -10 to +10. I'll move it around here. We'll do it one more time. Here we go. And hit the pause button. Nope, that was a mistake. That wasn't pause, that was reset. We'll try it one more time. Hey, I never said I was any good at this. Here we go. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Now the pause button. There we go. And again, there's the acceleration on the y-axis, that direction, in toward the center. There's the acceleration, that direction, the red line, that direction, and that's from me spinning it. So, see, science books are right. Well, now, don't we feel like the fool, huh? Let's talk about uniform circular motion. If you're on the circle there on the left at position A at about like where the 3 o'clock would be, your velocity vector would be vertical, straight up. As you rotate around to position B at the top of the circle, your velocity vector would be to the left. As you continue to rotate to position C, your velocity vector is straight down. That velocity vector is rotating in a circle. Something has to pull it around in the circle. That something is centripetal force. There is an apparent centrifugal force. It's the imaginary force that acts in the opposite direction. But it's not a real force. Centripetal force is real. Now, if you're spinning in a circle like that, and you reach position B where I've put the yellow dot, and you let go, you might think that you'll end up there where the yellow dot is. That may be what you're thinking. That is not what happens. You will continue along that vector, the velocity vector, from position B, and you'll end up over here. You can prove this to yourself just by taking any weight and putting it on a string, swinging it in a circle, and then letting go. And notice which direction it goes from the instant that you turn loose. It does exactly what this diagram is showing you. So let's talk about uniform circular motion, and we'll do it for the Earth. We have T is the period of rotation in seconds, R is the radius of the Earth in meters, omega is the angular velocity, which is 2 pi over T in radians per second. The velocity is omega times the radius, and that gives us a velocity, this is at the equator, of 463.82 meters per second. Centripetal acceleration is v squared divided by r. Work the numbers, and you find out that at the equator, the centripetal acceleration is 0.033 meters per second. Now you know the acceleration of gravity is 9.81 meters per second. Centripetal acceleration is only about 0.3% of g. That means if the acceleration at the North Pole is 9.81 meters per second squared, at the equator it would be 9.78 meters per second squared. That would make less than a pound difference in your body weight. That's the reason you don't notice it. That's why you can't feel it. That's why you don't fly off the ball. Some of this isn't obvious. This is a perfect example of why you can't trust your senses all the time. Sometimes you can, but not necessarily. Let's listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson one more time.
Yeah, that's so what you learn when you study science in general, but astrophysics especially, that you no longer invoke your senses to judge what makes sense, or you no longer invoke your personal philosophies to judge what should be true. The universe is what it is, and it really doesn't care about your senses. Yeah.
So, Jaron, let me leave you with a few thoughts. First of all, math isn't fiction. It perfectly describes the reality we experience every day. Science isn't a conspiracy that's out to trick you, and your senses aren't always right. You know, when you've been as demonstrably wrong about centripetal force as you've just shown you are, isn't it just possible that you're wrong about a lot of other things, including the shape of the Earth? So hey, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, don't forget to like and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next one.
Yeehaw!
I did it better than Simon Ben did.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. You got better music too.
Well, Blue, you have a special sort of flavor with your videos. That's what I love so much about them. You just have that sort of. I'm tired of this crap already, but I'm still here.
Yeah.
And he's got
I love
bladder.
that.
No, it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of like, do I really have to explain this all over again, you dumbasses?
Yeah, it's like again.
Yeah.
I think what it is that Blue has like lived like 10 million lives over and over and over again, and for some reason, if you believe in reincarnation, right? For some reason, he has always come back as the same person in the same situation 10 million times.
Groundhog Day.
Yeah, Groundhog Day.
Yeah. No wonder I'm so damn tired.
Yeah.
Either that or Blue is literally like he's literally immortal. He's the Highlander, and he's been through this crap like ever since like Christopher Columbus and all that stuff.
Taking their
He was
power
there
every time he
500
takes
AD.
another one out.
I just absolutely cannot stomach idiocy like Jeranism. That guy is such a freaking joke.
Oh, I hear you there, Blue. I feel exactly the same way, but I just don't have quite the get off my lawn down as well as you do. I'm still practicing. I'm gonna get off my lawn in training.
You need a walking stick that you can shake at them, like which one is it in The Simpsons? There's always like, get off. Oh no, that's South Park. Get off the kid, you damn sidewalk, you damn kid skateboard.
Yeah, it's gotta be like that really gnarled wood, and then it's just like got that huge knob on it. Like you know, if you held it by the other end and you hit somebody, you'd literally kill them. But you know, it's like
it's kind of yeah. Or if you don't like the spinning ball, then get the golf.
Yeah, right. You're more than welcome to leave.
Just if I have to pull this spinning ball over to sort this fight out, I tell you now, I'll be walking home.
I will turn this planet right around. I swear, it might take me all day, but I'll do it.
Get out. You're walking home. Go.
I will turn this planet right around, even if it takes me all day. I swear, man. Don't make me come over there.
Yeah, exactly. Don't make me stop this car, you little bastard. No.
You're only 15 degrees away, okay? And that's about 60 minutes in my book.
Oh, shit.
I'll do it. I swear, I'll do it.
Oh god. It's
okay,
very
now
similar
that
to that.
all the way down.
That's the way you got to treat the little bastards.
Yeah.
What was that?
That was.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what.
Oh, sorry.
Is it the link? Is it the link to the video I sent you, Terry? Is it all?
Yeah, retro report.
Yeah, no, don't worry, it's good.
Where did I get that avatar?
It's actually quite funny.
Aaron, I stole it from the internet. That's where you get all your avatars, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't want to get struck casual. That's the only thing.
No, you won't. Why? Why would you get stuck?
You never know.
It just amazes me. How does some arrogant little asshole like Jeranism think he can scoff at every physics text ever written over something as fundamental as centripetal force?
Well, Blue,
and get away with that. How does he think he's going to pull?
You started off on a false premise there, though. You immediately started with a false premise. He doesn't think. Yep.
Maybe that's the problem.
Oh, there you go. I mean, Occam's razor, simplest solution.
I prefer Hitchens' razor.
So where's that open bar and the cheerleaders we were promised?
About that.
Oh, is this one of those HMO things where it's like you only get it on certain circumstances?
No, it's Kool-Aid, and you don't want to know where the girls came from.
No, yeah, you're right. I probably don't. You know, it's like a rental car. You don't want to stick your key considering how many keys have been stuck in there, you don't want to stick yours.
Okay, that was you that time.
So I'm guessing, Terry, from that loud noise that you made, that you've got a video lined up.
Me?
Possibly.
Me?
Yeah.
Have a video lined up?
Possibly.
No, you're on the spot now.
Yeah.
No, you're on the
it's
spot.
from me. I posted the link.
Oh, I posted one before you.
Who was first? Wait a minute. I've got to look here.
No, it was me. It was definitely me. It was definitely
me.
My name's on top of yours. I just posted it straight to Terry. You didn't see it.
No, okay, all right. You don't have to lie for me. I'll cop to it, okay?
Wait a minute. Big Blue put out that one from Journalism. Okay, that's that one. Then Peter to me was that one, which should be a creaky one.
That's correct.
Right, and then a casual put out one which was
Thank you.
the
Thank
one
you first.
that was a
Thank
retro one.
Yeah, thank you. Before Peter.
No,
Thank
did you
No,
not listen to that? Did you not listen to what? Once again, Casual, you've done it again. You didn't listen to what was said. It went Big Blue, who we just played. Then it was me, and then it was you.
Do you want to see a screenshot, Casual, just to prove it?
No, you're right. I mean,
I can screenshot it. I'll do a screenshot. Yeah, I'll do a snippet to a screenshot, and I'll post it to you and in a DM private, and then that'll fix all the arguments, just so we don't have any confusion.
Is it going to be
not to play any favoritism or any favors or anything? But if you pay me $20, I'll pay yours first.
If you're really lucky, we'll get the Flat Earth Clown Show to record the whole lot and put it out as another video.
Yeah, but if you pay me $20, Casual, I'll play yours first.
Oh, subs for subs.
I'm not going to share. I'm not going to share my chocolate with you now.
Ah.
You were going to share it with us anyway.
It's all right.
Wait, I mean, let's be honest.
It's all right, Terry. I got chocolate for you.
Okay.
I'm not too sure about your chocolate anyway.
I've sort of seen a
Nice
bit of this
chocolate.
video that Cricky did, so you'll enjoy it. I haven't seen Casual, so I can't tell you what the experience would be like.
It's funny. Well, part of it.
I see Casual every time I watch Star Wars. He just has to fly
You
casual.
play something. I'm going out for lunch in half an hour.
I do have a desperate person that needs help at the moment, so I'm thinking I might somehow help them after this, so I can help
who's
Mippet. Mippet's having problems with Zoom, so everyone's appreciative of her in the dire straits she's in. So
Need another woman in here quick.
Yep, so we'll watch, if Mippet can wait till we just watch this video, and Casual videos can wait because some people are more important than other people.
Are you saying that Peter's more important than me?
I tried to help Mippet, but you're probably better at this because literally I just started using Zoom about, 45 minutes ago.
Are you saying that Peter's your favourite then, above everybody else? Is that what you're saying?
Me? No, I don't play favoritisms.
Oh, don't you?
But
Oh,
yes.
But Peter's more important than me, though. However,
Can you see on YouTube at the moment, Casual?
Yeah.
Yeah. What side of Terry's avatar am I?
On the left.
No, it's the left as we look at it. So I'm on Terry's right hand side. So
How do you know? Because he's not. He hasn't got arms or there's no face or anything, is there?
So I'm on Terry's
Had to be.
right hand side because I'd be Terry's right hand man.
Ah.
So it is favoritism then. No, I'll bow to your superiority as being the most important person here above Terry or below Terry.
No. Well,
Above me.
I'd if that was the case, I'd hand it straight over to Blue.
You guys want to hear something really weird? Is that my
No, we don't.
Well, not that weird. Okay, that's for later. But my avatar right here, when I'm on Zoom, I have this avatar, but on the YouTube feed, my avatar is completely different.
How long have we been streaming?
As is mine.
3 hours and 9 minutes.
So we said this about 3 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
And Zoom,
Just saying.
Zoom can pick up a different avatar than Google can and YouTube. You don't have to have the same avatar.
It's kind of funny because I'm looking at two different screens and I'm like, wait, it's two different realities. Am I in the Matrix and there's a glitch?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, that's just you.
Oh wait, no, it's the NASA CGI in front of my eyes. That's right. Because the YouTube, right, with the CGI and the Mulder and Scully and yeah.
42.
Yeah, 42 is the answer.
Philosopher, say, do you know what the word PLAY spells?
Yeah, backwards.
This sounds like a trap.
Play! Play your video!
What?
I just knew this was going to happen. I've watched one Flat Earth video too many.
Quiet.
Can I just remind people that if you do want to comment on the video, you just can put your hand up.
Go nuts on my nuts.
Daniel Pratt's basement is freezing. Tidy! Now, just when I think that flat earthers can't be made to look any more stupid than they already do, I get sent this video from All Gas No Brakes by about 8 different people. And boy was I wrong.
Flat gang, baby.
Flat game all the way. That's flat.
What the hell is going on? The energy inside is electric. There's a lot of big words being thrown around, and frankly, I believe all of them. Let's go inside and figure out who's doing the lying.
Well, that's going to be pretty easy. You're just about to enter a Flat Earth conference, so all you have to do is look for a person whose lips are moving. Then you'll know who's lying.
What do you think about this guy?
Oh, God.
No, it's not God, it's Bill Nye, the science guy.
Dave Nye, the lion guy?
Dave Nye? I always thought it was Bill. And I thought he was a science guy, not a lion guy.
I think he's a clown. I think he's an agent. I think he's a controlled operative. Basically a black magician that's been compromised working for the sorcery elite. He's selling solipsism. He's selling snake oil. He's selling deception. He's selling moral relativism. He's a demon, charlatan, manipulator, deceiver, and somebody to, keep a distance from.
Yeah, but apart from that, he's okay. Yeah? Didn't even understand what 50% of those words meant.
So he's doing the lying.
Absolutely.
If you had to guess, who put this guy up to it?
Again, you keep asking. You want me to define who they are.
And to be honest with you, that's completely understandable because I want to know as well. Do you want to know? Because flat earthers blame they for, I was going to say 50% of what they believe, but no, they blame they for everything. So come on, spit it out.
You just can't have a blanket statement and say it's the global Zionists, or say it's the Jesuits, or say it's the Mossad, or say it's the Rockefellers, or say it's the Illuminati. It's probably all of them.
Or dare I say maybe none of them? It's just all in your imagination?
I mean, all the empirical evidence overwhelmingly suggests that there's an enormous 200-foot ice wall holding the oceans in level and flat.
What?
I could be wrong.
Say what?
Yeah, I know, right? But isn't empirical evidence that is verifiable by observation and experience of that thing rather than just through theory or pure logic? So, yeah.
The sun and the moon are luminaries. Same way there might be some dome with the crown chakra being the pole star.
So you'd think after the whole Logan Paul fiasco, flat earthers would have learned by now when they're being trolled. How this guy is managing not to burst out laughing in this idiot's face when he's explaining this stuff is completely baffling me. Because as soon as you mention a dome, then it's game over.
Game over. There's arguments on whether we live in a closed system, whether it's a firmament. I think it might be a closed system, a toroidal energy cosmic egg model.
Cosmic egg? Hang on a second, is that a ball joke? Was that aimed at me?
Flat gang, baby.
Flat game all the way. Yeah, keep it flat, keep it flat.
Flat game, baby.
Flat, like top of the hat. You gotta keep it flat.
One more time. Flat gang.
Flat, all the way.
It's flat gang, baby.
Flat gang? Yeah, flat gang, all the way. It's flat.
And flat earthers wonder why people like us think they're absolutely batshit.
Adolf Hitler, they have reincarnated him. He has been cloned. A little short guy with the funny mustache about yay tall.
I didn't make it. The first flat earther I thought of with a stupid little mustache was Red Pill Philosophy. I googled his name, and that was one of the pictures I found. Honestly.
He realized that the flat Earth model was correct and went to seize the gate of the South in what we call Antarctica.
I'm sorry I look so vague continuously throughout this video, but I'm really confused. Flat Earth model? Oh, you mean the stolen United Nations map that you use? That model. Silly me.
So he discovered the flat Earth theory, and then built a city in Antarctica under the ice.
And they've been hiding the flat Earth reality to keep that land in New Swabia away from public scrutiny.
So, and I just want to make sure I'm getting this right. So the Germans built a city under the ice in Antarctica to hide the flat Earth theory and to protect the land known as New Swabia from public scrutiny. That is why we have all been fooled into believing that the Earth is spherical. Am I getting it? Sounds just as logical as every other flat Earth argument, so I'm just gonna run with it.
Earth is flat, Jack, flatter than a flapjack. We about to flat smack, Globers get your backpack. I'm with my flat pack, globes in the trash sack. Azimuth or equidistant map up on my snapback. Flat smacking everybody at Joe's Crab Shack. Looking at us like what we're saying is so abstract. Lesson 1, no curvature there to be found. How can it be a ball if nothing about it is round?
But it is round. No curvature there to be found doesn't make any sense anyway, you spanner. You want to battle, do you? You say it's not round. Your girl's got a hairy mound. Tell her to shave her pubes off. Yeah, have a pound.
Everything is like crazy, man. You watch a documentary, it will change your life, dude. There's cures for cancer, there's a cure for AIDS. I just became vegan this last year, bro. I'm like, Pepsi had aborted babies, like the little fecal cells inside of their flavoring.
You do know that fecal means poop. I think he meant fetuses. Not fecal cells.
Is there anything that you don't think was an inside job?
You know what? I used to lie to people a lot about like, hey, my uncle was died in 9/11 because they think that you can't talk about a subject unless you have someone like, oh, my dad was there. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
no, I don't know what you mean at all. Because, for example, I talk about flat Earth all the time, and I'm not a flat earther. I've never been a flat earther, and I never will become a flat earther. But that's mainly because my mother didn't drop me on my head when I was a baby.
once you like open the box, you can't like close it. It's just you. Sometimes I want to go back to Britney Spears concerts and like, shit, you know, just like turn it off where you can just like.
And to be fair, he has got a point, and myself and many other of us guys have said that. Why do I keep saying guys? What am I becoming? Flat Earth is like a gateway conspiracy theory, and as he said, once you open the box, you can't shut it. So don't start investigating Flat Earth, because God knows where that rabbit hole will lead you.
Whatever, but you can still enjoy life, you know. Basically, use another search engine besides the GOO one, you know. There's Jews controlling these companies. Flat Earth, I would just type that in.
This guy's got a proper boner for Jewish people, isn't he? What the hell have they done to him?
Take a second glance if you happen to get the chance.
No more rap, please. I've spat all the bars I'm gonna spit for one day.
Ha, ha, your whole reality's flawed, thinking you spin on a ball, but,
Is there anything that could make this video worse? Sorry about this, everyone.
It's not tilted. It should be tilted and spinning.
Well, that's a yes, then.
Also, you're going to notice some cartoon clouds here, or Photoshop. And then also, all that is observable here is Northern America. We have no Asia, no Europe, no Africa, no Australia, and no South Pole.
That's because it's a ball, Nathan. You irrelevant little dweebus. Put your childish little globe helmet down on a table. Pull out your phone and take a photograph of it. And see if you can get all sides of it in focus, in shot at the same time. And maybe I'm oversimplifying this.
Just the hair.
But doesn't the fact that you can't see all those other countries show that it's a globe?
Isn't it on the other side?
If you want to believe that the other ball is containing all those massive continents, then you're free to believe that. But Google Earth was developed by the CIA.
Now, I'll be the first to admit that my spelling isn't brilliant, but even I know that this is not how you spell Google. The name of the company that developed Google Earth was Keyhole Inc., spelled Keyhole space Inc. Keyhole Inc. is a geospatial data visualization company that was purchased by Google in 2004 with the specific purpose of developing Google Earth. So CIA is not how you spell Google or Keyhole Inc. The thing with Nathan Thompson and every other flat earther that's been featured in this video, they all have one thing in common. They all claim to know that the Earth isn't a globe, but they can't explain why. They can't provide any evidence to the contrary, i.e. showing us that the Earth is flat. They've got nothing except YouTube, where they can jump on, type in flat Earth, and find other like-minded individuals. And I use the word mind very loosely. Tidy! Well, I don't know about you, but I need to lay down. If it's your first time here, don't forget to give the video a like, hit the subscribe button, and turn on bell notifications. I'm the Creaky Blinder, and I will see you in the next video. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
That was good. I enjoyed that. That was funny.
I watched the whole video of that one with that guy with the hat.
I do like him.
There's some other good bits in it that he didn't use.
I finally submit, Peter. You were right. You should have gone first anyway. So it's all good.
What?
I'm fine now. I'm no longer
just
upset.
say that again for some of us who might have missed that, Casual.
Yeah,
that's what I thought you said,
yeah.
And Pip said she's got to go, so see you, Pip.
Love you, Pip. Love you, Pip. Happy birthday. Have a good one.
Don't get too drunk.
No, get really hammered. Get absolutely smashed.
Well, I don't know, because she said
we all know what Pip's like when she's had a few drinks, don't we?
Oh, yes.
She's going to come back on. You watch.
Yeah.
What is this too drunk you speak of?
Yeah, you can't get too drunk. No.
Can.
Okay.
Never found that.
Peter, I thought I'd change my name appropriately in Zoom.
Oh, that's very inappropriate.
In Zoom, less important.
At least you've given up.
Yeah. Peter, change your name to more important than casual.
Yes, boss.
And then I'll change my name more important than anyone.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go and help Mippet now. I've got her over in Discord. Hello.
Hi.
Not talking to you.
Talking to Mippet, you Muppet.
Mippet.
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 Mippet. Muppet.
Earth calling Mippet.
Ground control to Major Tom. You haven't got your trousers on.
Major Tom to ground control.
Mippet. 1 clap for no, 2 claps for yes.
Got the clap.
There you go.
Stingray says, for Blue, he will like this alt warbirds against new fighters in a constricted area. Oh, that's for you, Blue.
I shall watch that immediately.
Okay. Mippet's muted now. I can't talk to you, Mippet, if you're muted.
No, you can. Just
I mean, I can. Yeah, I can talk.
Well, yeah, she just can't talk back.
It'll be a decidedly one-way conversation.
Stingray, did you see your appearance on the Flat Earth Clown Show?
Yeah, we played that earlier. You missed that.
Oh, this is a game, isn't it? This isn't real.
Mippet, type something somewhere so I know what's going on. It won't work in Discord now. My laptop. I'm trying.
Oh yes.
And Stingray said I did not.
Is it just a question, just to throw out an idea? Is it possible that you DM her the Zoom link and see where exactly she's running into trouble?
No, she's got the link.
Well,
They got the link,
well-
so that's not a problem.
Well, I'll just tell you what I ran into. Why, like, I had so much trouble actually getting on was that I had to sign in for an account, but that little window that said sign in only lived. It had a very short life, so I had to keep doing it over and over just to catch it and actually sign in for that account.
Stingray.
Stingray, what happened to your avatar, Stingray?
Oh, when I don't have the app signed in, independently of clicking your link, I don't have an avatar. But if I have it signed in before clicking your link, I have an avatar. Give me a
Right.
second.
Yeah, well, that's the problem we got with Mippet at the moment. I'm not even getting any. I'm not even getting any sound through a microphone on Discord even to talk to him.
That's like when I first came in and I had no avatar. That was the trouble I was running into also. So it might be related.
That's rather cromulent.
There's just a way of doing it. It sounds complicated, but actually isn't.
Yeah, there you go. Oh,
Stingray.
I nearly got it.
Yes.
It came up in the participants list. Oh, there it is. It's in.
There it is.
There we go.
Yay.
There we go.
Hey, Stingrays.
There is the star of the day.
Star of the day. What is this?
Yes.
So I'm just getting you the link so that you can watch it in your own time, Stingray.
Yeah.
Oh, do I have to? Can someone not just tell me? I don't spend time watching flat Earth videos, to be honest.
It's trolls versus trolls. Latest effort.
It's when you had a bit of a discussion with Mr. Riley and
Quantum Eraser.
And Quantum Eraser.
You were talking about looming and refraction.
Oh my God! Yeah. No, I went into wait a minute. That was they were talking about communication. I was really interested with this woman called Emma, who's a UK person, farmers. And I went in there. I said, if you want a friendly, planet Earther to chat to, I'm not going to shout at you or anything.
Oh, is that whose voice we heard? Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Quantum Eraser came in, and it's like, do you know the types of the types of refraction? He asked me first, and they're like, there are no types of refraction. There is refraction, and then we have words to classify the effects of them. So you don't know, and they're like, no, I do know the words to classify them, and I even said it at one point, but. What he was trying to get me to do is say that this is looming, so that then he could go to a definition of looming that says above the horizon, which is one contextual definition of looming to sort of like catch you out. It's like, nah, sod that. And at one point, I just thought, yeah, lovely. I was coming in here to discuss communication and all that kind of stuff. This is now ridiculous. I'm going to block you because you're just a shouty little child.
Well,
we all like that bit when you said, "Oh, I've blocked him, I've muted him." It's like that's the best thing you can do with that.
You really need to watch the last, say, I don't know, 20 seconds of that. So from where you block him onwards, and he just has his little fit of, "You've blocked me. How dare you block me? And if I lived close to you, you'd be in trouble. I tell you now."
Threatening.
I did it well. Yeah. Well, no, everybody was being silent. So I thought, he's having a paddy, isn't he? I just thought, well, I can't hear anything, but I'm willing to chat to anybody, but I can't hear anything. And then I heard someone at some point go, "You preach, brother," and I'm there like, oh, we must be off on a massive monologue.
Go and listen to the last 20 seconds or so, because you'll absolutely split your sides.
Yeah.
Oh, does it get really fucking angry? The worst thing is, I felt sorry for Merle there, and I wanted to stand up for Merle, because Merle was trying to say, this is about communication, we need to talk and all that kind of stuff, and he just kept getting shouted at by Quantum Eraser, And the only thing that would have stopped me muting Quantum Eraser and blocking him would be to say, stop treating someone like, like dirt. You're a despicable human being and your God will fucking hate you. And I really wanted to say that to him, but I thought, no, that's actually going to his level. I know what will piss you off most, knowing that I can't hear you.
Hi, Kristen. Mippet, if you're in Discord and you can hear me, check your settings down on the little user settings cog down the bottom, and go into voice and video, and you can go into the Let's Check part of your voice and just check to see if your microphone's working there, and then your input service or your output service might have to be changed, and might have to be changed to default. We're having a bit of a technical issue with one of our people.
Long-term listeners, first-time talkers.
Just to add a conclusion. Just to add a conclusion to that, Emma's channel. She's called Emma UK. She actually removed me from the Discord, and she did so. She didn't know that I blocked him basically. Right. But she removed me and then apologized. She said, "Look, I'm really, really sorry. I didn't want you here," because I think it was going after Merle as well, which was just like ridiculous. And she ended the stream. But she sent me a message saying, "Oh, I'm really sorry." And I said, "Look, and I even mentioned you, Terry. I said, look, we're all, if you ever want an actual discussion with people that aren't going to call you names, Terry Davis runs a stream that you can join, and you won't get shouted at. You won't get belittled. You're a human being. There is civility outside of, these religious beliefs that other people hold." And then I got other messages from people that were in it that tracked me down that said, "Oh, wait a minute, I'll just read one to you, and I don't even know who this is."
I've dropped a link on the internal chat just for your interest, Stingray.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, yeah, someone's, wait a minute.
It's the last one. The last one that was dropped in there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, wait, I really like how you showed up to talk about how to communicate with each other, and then you got teamed up on, called names, talked over. And then
so when did Riley arrive then? Was he arrive before Quasar or before Quantum Eraser, or what happened?
I don't know. Yeah, I think so. He was playing Skyline Cities. It said in his his Discord thing.
So he just turned up, saw a baller there, and decided that he was going to pick on you with completely random subject.
The crazy thing is, even though I think he's a dipshit, and I think he's a little bit dishonest in the way that he approaches communication, I can have a conversation with Riley, and I know that if I ask him a straight question, sometimes that if there's no other choice, he'll give me a straight answer. I did so on Ranties 2 nights ago when I was on there with Rumpus. And what he was asking questions, but even he got told to shut the fuck up by Quantum Eraser. And I'm there like, why do people allow this vile, ungodly, and I'll call him ungodly piece of shit, even though I don't believe in a god, just caveat there, but he does, so he is an ungodly, devilish piece of shit. How do they allow him to even speak on a cause or include him in a group when that group was asking questions? How do we better communicate and get a message out there and be taken seriously? You don't invite a devilish clown like that in. That's what you do.
They all seem to worship him. I mean, they particularly Riley, they worship the guy.
It's somewhat ironic that they're trying to work out a better way of communicating with people, yet they've got the worst demonstration of how to do it in there.
They're trying to learn how to communicate when the communication skills are failed to begin with.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Terry?
I mean, this is
we have movement. We have movement.
Hey!
Well, I see you lighting up, Mippet, in Discord.
I heard her.
I heard.
Oh, you did?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Keep quiet in the Zoom for a sec while we listen to what's going on. You're a little bit lower, but that's about all.
Let me see.
Oh, I heard it pretty clearly.
How's that?
That's okay for now.
Yeah.
Now what's your problem? You've got a Zoom app downloaded onto a device?
I'm losing you. You're going nuts, Terry.
Pardon?
Oh, you were just dropping in and out. Said something.
Am I
about
dropping in
Zoom.
and out?
Yeah. It's a little. Okay, so do I just go from here down?
You're dropping out for us, if everyone else is hearing the same thing as me.
Mm-hmm.
God, am I?
Yeah.
Microphone thing. All right, I'm not going to waste your time. To have a go at microphone.
Yeah, we're gonna have to work this out another day. I'm busy tomorrow, and I've got a live stream tomorrow night.
I'll just listen today.
Okay, I'm free Sunday.
All right. Well, I might hit you up.
Okay then. Sorry about all this. The technical
No,
issues
that's
are always
okay.
a bugger sometimes.
I'm technologically challenged at the best.
I think a lot of the blokes on the panel are a little bit inept in some ways, but we can all be fair.
No worries. Well, I'll try and catch you on Sunday.
Yeah, I'll be here on Sunday.
No worries. Well, I'll be watching tonight. So
Okay then.
Be good. Be good now that.
Right. Okay. Right, where were we?
Stuff and things.
Stuff and things.
Oh yeah, stuff and things.
Now,
Yeah.
Casual really wants me to play this one, but I'm hesitant only because I don't want community strikes or whatever they call them.
Turn the sound off.
No, it's no good without sound off. No, it's okay. No, seriously, you don't need to play
There's
it.
no music or there's no
Tiny bit of music, but it's not copyrighted music. But like, don't honestly, Terry, if you're concerned about it, because I don't want to get the blame if you do get striked. So. No, don't play it. It's all right.
Yeah, I'm trying to be really careful with these copyrights.
Yeah. It's all right. It's all good.
I've had some soft ones where they've just what have they done? They've just stopped me from playing something or whatever, or in the middle of my stream, and then they let me go again. But then I've actually had one video blocked altogether. So, and you only get so many a month or something, like what happened with Jose.
I would probably err on the side of caution and just say, if in doubt, throw it out.
Yeah.
What else have we got then? Well, that was it. Yeah, I only had one left, and that was Isaac.
I think the mistake Jose made was he played those videos from start to finish without stopping or making any comments about them or anything.
Yeah.
And that takes you out of the realm of fair use.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've got written permission from the math guy. What's his name, Peter? Matt somebody?
Yep. I can't remember his name, Terry.
He just said just stop the video maybe once or twice through his just to keep YouTube happy.
Yeah.
Well, the YouTube automated algorithm actually watches for cues of that video pixel for pixel. So I don't know. I believe I heard it was like a 9-second rule, and YouTube won't bother you at all. Just stop it every 9. Like you play 9 seconds or ish, And
No. You're thinking of music. No, it's
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
I'm
different.
sorry.
Yeah, that's different to what we
If
watch.
it-
We watch Isaac Butterfield all the way through, and we're safe with that.
And there's another way around it, and it kind of confuses the algorithm / robot, and you can actually put it up in mirror reverse on the screen, and that will work to a point. However, you still can get struck for the simple reason they'll pick up the sound.
Yeah, it's always the sound is usually what the triggers it. Because we had a video we watched one night, and it was like an animated, cartoony type video. The whole video was fine. There was just a 10-15 second section with there was this music playing in the background, and that's the bit we got caught on.
My chocolate was lovely, by the way, that you couldn't have any.
Oh, good.
I've got some Frere. I got some.
Could hear you chomping on it for ages. I thought, well, this must be good.
I got some Frere Rochers out there that I've been eating.
It's got whole hazelnuts in it. Yum.
I've got several bars of 90% cocoa chocolate waiting for me. So,
Thanks for the video, Stingray. That Spitfire was kicking the shit out of us. Modern day jets, wasn't it?
Oh wow, guys! I've
Yeah,
just,
well,
I've just
I mean,
listened to I've just listened to that to Quantum Eraser and going off on one.
yeah, it's quite something.
The
isn't it?
daft
When
thing
you
is,
go full
but
bore.
but the crazy thing is, I have done mixed martial arts. I don't talk about it a lot. So if he does want a competition, then I'm all up for that. That's fine. I haven't done it in the last like 5 or 6 years, but it's not something you forget if you do it long enough. So it's like, yeah, okay, I'm up for this.
That is true, actually. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to mess. I wouldn't want anyone to mess with me either. I've done origami. I'll just fold you in half.
No, but I mean, I would never try. I would never say, "Oh, because of your opinion, I'm going to insinuate I'm going to have physical violence on you." It's like that. I mean, especially that's not something I would expect from like a preacher that believes in God or any of the gods or any of that. That's just like that's like one of those evil religious sects that isn't, aligned to a Bible, but they created it themselves. It is a fanatical sect that he's part of, and he was wanting to build. I think that's amazing.
You really have to familiarize yourself with religion in America. We have this fun thing called prosperity gospel, where it's it's basically give me money and God will pay you back and make you richer. Like that's a legit thing, and the scary part is that's legal.
Yeah, I did. I actually saw something. There was a preacher that bought a jet aeroplane and he got confronted, and just his face and his mannerisms and the way that he was talking about it was like, it made me cringe. Yeah, it made me cringe. It made me see the difference between the United States and the United Kingdom. We would never allow that shit over here at all. Neither would any of our. I mean, like I say, I don't class myself as a. I don't label myself as being an atheist, but I am unconvinced on the proposition that there is any God or that there is any intelligent creation at all, because there's no evidence for it. But I do respect my local, my local church and everybody that's a part of it, and they have good intentions. And they would never say, you'd never have these rallies over here and have loads of churchgoers donating loads of money to a preacher that then goes and buys a jet and gets away with it. That just would not happen over here.
Not just
that's
one
ridiculous.
jet, not just one jet, but 3 of them.
Really? Jesus.
Yes. Yes.
And then go on television, and explain why God needed him to have those jets.
Exactly.
It was a whole show. It was literally a whole show explaining. He even had a guest on explaining the reasons why God needed him to have the jets. He needed to have those jets because God has sent his message, and he has to travel around the world quickly and all the rest of it. He's hilarious.
Meanwhile, they removed gullible from the dictionary.
There was a guy who got 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 private jets, and he was confronted by a reporter. And this guy, I mean, he's got those like platinum blue eyes, the scary kind. And I mean, this guy, like, if just confronting the reporter, you could tell his blood was boiling. And I mean, you just looked at his mannerism. And it's like, oh my God, this guy's channeling Satan himself. And I don't even believe in God, right? But I'm like, wow, okay, and I really, for at least a brief moment, feared for the reporter's safety. But he said he needed to fly in these private jets because all the people who fly, he can't fly commercially because everybody on the jet is satanic. Literally, that's what he said. That's why he needs the private jets. I mean, that's scary if you ask me. I mean, that's not religion. That is literally a con game. And when they get confronted, they are furious about it because they're using that rule in America that somehow religions are always perfect.
I should have, if I'd have gone there with knowledge that, well, that's the first time I've spoken to Quantum Eraser, but the problem is I don't watch many flat Earth videos, so I don't hear him or his mannerisms or something. But if I'd have gone there with knowledge of how he conducts himself, I know exactly how I would have conducted myself then. I would have spoken not to him ever. I would have spoken to people about him, pointing out that normally the person with the worst argument in a room is the one shouting the loudest. And just doing little passive aggressive things like that would absolutely explode his head, I think.
I think,
the fact that you blocked him
that when you're just talking at his audience and just completely disregarding him. Oh my God!
I blocked him. I couldn't hear him talking.
Yeah, just think of just how much he would just be burning up. He would be bouncing off the walls with rage.
Yeah.
And I would just be laughing and laughing.
Nice, bless him. But did you see what he wanted? This. Someone jumped into Jose's once and said this, because what the basic text is this: what are the 5 types of refraction? And the problem is they say types. People mistake that. It's not a type of refraction. There is one type of refraction. It's called refraction. They mean classification of an effect. However, 4 of those classifications you can boil down into one. That's stooping, looming, rising, sinking. But these are just all words that apply to a magnitude of apparent Y elevation, so up and down in your field of view. That's all that is. But these words don't have any numeracy to them. They're relative to the individual. No one's come up with, oh, well, a K value of a K value of 1.2. This is called sinking. No one's. That would be looming. No one's done that. So you're just using words that don't relate to the actual maths that allow you to calculate it and to quantify the magnitude. So it's just raising or sinking due to uniform refraction going through a graduated atmosphere. And then the second thing that you have on top of that, which then he said is miraging, but miraging is a little bit, that's like you've got 4 terms for the same thing, and now you've got 1 term for a lot of complex things, which is a little bit ridiculous. So miraging, just for Quantum Eraser's thing, and by the way, I'm not reading anything, this is my knowledge of it, having to simulate the damn thing. Miraging relates to the vertical, or commonly the vertical order of light when it leaves an object. So you know that if that vertical order shifts or distorts enough, you can get compression and expansion. You can get inversion. You can get mirroring. These are all types of mirage, and it relates only to the vertical order of the light coming into you. So you've got one which says rising or sinking of the uniform light coming, and then you've got another that can sit inside that, which we call miraging, which is the vertical order of light that comes into your eye. So when he says, I don't know what refraction is, I don't know what the fuck he's on about. But all he wanted to do there was say looming, and then go to a specific definition that then said looming has this definition where looming is above the horizon. Well, yes, commonly above fucking ships, but that's contextual. I'm really sorry. That's not what looming is. It's got nothing to do with the horizon.
Well, that's a script. You see,
It's
that's a script right there.
It's a bit like saying lights are red. Lights can be red, but they're saying lights are red. You know, it's yeah.
That's why I hate the term looming, because looming to me is just a magnitude of order where the light has bent downwards over a surface, and it's not come straight to my eye. It's bent down, and it left from a lower position, is coming down into it. I don't call that looming. I call that a positive K value. Or I would sign an index of refraction to it with a surface tangency. So yeah, I don't know what he's on about. It's just
so looming is just an effect of refraction then. So all those different
they
terms.
all are miraging.
Yeah.
It's all
Yeah,
refraction.
makes sense.
You see, the thing
makes
is,
sense.
so the thing is, you can simplify it into Snell's law, which works on density gradients, whereby the direction of the bend is either towards or away from the surface normal or the change normal. But the problem with that is simplifying it like that when trying to work out complex atmospherics is a little bit hard. So you use Fermat's principle, which is way beyond me, and I couldn't even kind of try and implement that level of math into some of my simulations. But that deals with the fact that it is not just a perfect gradient, and it's a granular change. It's not. There's no angle of incidence there on a per density change basis, because that change is just constant throughout the light traveling. But both of those are the only things required to encapsulate what refraction does. And then inside of refraction, we assign words to the effects, not the types. Types are different. We assign words to the effects, but the magnitude of that effect is relative to the understanding of the individual that's you're fucking telling the word to. Looming to me could mean it moved up a millimeter. Looming to you might mean that it needs to move up apparently, 30% higher or something. It's a pointless designation at most times.
So let me ask you a question just to sort of clarify my understanding then. So as we were learning earlier on, then refraction really in those terms is that you get a cold what?
I was muted and I was trying to get in before you, and I didn't realise I was muted.
I hate that.
So
I know.
So refraction is when you get a cold layer trapped between two warm areas. So then the light is then being pulled.
No. So refraction is just an umbrella term that describes light bending. There is no inference of any change of medium there in terms of temperature, density, or anything like that. There's just refraction is an umbrella term that can describe. It can be physical surface density. It can be Fermat's principle, graduation through the atmosphere.
Okay, so that's just one thing that's causing what I'm describing. Then is just one thing that's causing refraction. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Because
it's not refraction itself, right?
Yeah,
okay.
it's density change. So obviously, if you heat something up, you get higher pressure.
So it's okay. So let me change this then. So in the example, say, for instance, if we look at a ship at a distance, it's gone over the horizon.
Did you say ship or shit?
So ship over the horizon on the sea. What else would it be?
Oh look, there's a turd on the horizon.
It's not a turd on the horizon.
But I did have a really important question to ask Dean. Have you got a citation for all this assertions you've been making?
Were you actually there to see it?
Don't get to ask my
Were you
question.
there?
Yeah. I can see it when I look out of my my window. I actually know that the tree that I'm looking at, the top of that tree, if I draw a physical line to it from my eye, it'll miss it. But in my vision, it's there.
Well, I just want to throw in, it's like that entire dissertation was very very informative and everything. But consider who you're talking to. You're talking to people who don't know the difference between flat and level. My walls are flat, but they are not level. But according to them, they are both flat and level. If my walls are level, I'm in trouble, and I need 911 because my building collapsed.
Well, I wouldn't get a flat earther to put up a set of shelves in my house.
Oh no! Oh no! They'd mount them to the wall and say, "See, it's flat."
Well, I'm not going to get a flat earther to actually build my house if they're going to say I'm going to trust my senses and just guess. Yeah, okay.
I wouldn't have a flat earther build anything, truthfully.
Are you ready?
I was just speaking metaphorically.
Well,
I'm gonna show you guys something.
I'm thinking if you have two pieces of Legos and you tell a flat earther to assemble that, they'll find some way to make it not work. Call it impossible, blame NASA, and then run away screaming, and then we have to give them the victim card and show them the door.
I'm going to share my screen actually because you'll like this. So I haven't finished this, by the way, yet, and I'm going to share an entire little tiny desktop.
Oh yeah, so you finished that flat Earth model you're still working on?
No. So can you guys see this?
Yep.
Right, so I'm going to just quickly see if I can switch to another camera here. So an observer, let's say perspective. So what I've got here is I've got a curvy thing with a red object, but I've extended out from the red object. What I'm going to say is a hidden horizon line. So if we go back to the actual camera, I've got a horizon line that sits at the top. And a horizon line you're going to have to define if it's where the sky meets the water, if where sky meets the ground or water, then I'm actually going to get rid of one horizon line here and create another, but I'm not going to move the camera. And I'm not going to deform geometry either. All I'm going to do is put in a block of atmosphere. And with the block of atmosphere, let's see if I can do this now.
But CGI.
Yeah.
All the model.
Yeah, CGI is cool though, is it not?
I figured out what CGI means in flat earther terms. We understand CGI, to have its understood definition, but in their world, CGI, I think most likely means can't get it.
Right, so this is it without a block of atmosphere. This is it with. Now, what I'm going to do to this block of atmosphere is increase what's happening to the well, now let's do this 0.75. Yeah, so now I've placed that horizon line. Now I've got two. I've got the one where it was previously, and now I've got one behind the block because I've got this atmospheric refraction happening here. In a clinical definition, there is only one horizon, and it is always the point where the Earth where the Earth meets the sky. So we have only one actual horizon in this image, but I've changed it. I've moved it. So have I distorted the geometry? No, because if I turn off the atmosphere, the geometry is exactly the same, and it's not changed at all. It's only when I put in the atmosphere that I can do this. And they just don't seem to understand this. I heard actual Ranty say, refraction can only happen on things that you see. And it took me a while to understand what he meant. What he actually means is if that object was hidden there, then refraction can't happen on the bottom of it, which just shows a complete lack of understanding of what refraction is actually doing.
Truth be told,
I got no idea what I'm looking at, Dean. You've lost me.
Okay, so I've got a block of atmosphere that I can put in there and take away. We're looking at a bridge, and I can pull up that bridge and show the object that's hidden and loom it up. Basically, I hate using the word loom, but I just rise it due to refraction. So now we're looking optically at something that actually isn't there. And if I were to, in fact, I can do this. Give me a sec.
Where should I be looking? The left side or the right side? I can't see what. Maybe I.
It is. No, I'm just doing it to all of it. But if I do this, wait a minute. If I do this, so I'm actually right. There you go. So on one side, I've just pulled the atmosphere right up. So now the atmosphere cuts off halfway over. Can you see this?
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh no! Wait a minute! Whoa! No, I'm sharing the wrong thing. Wait a minute. Oh my God! Have I been sharing the wrong thing all this time? Give me a second.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out what I was looking at.
Mate, I absolutely sympathise with you there.
Blue's
So here we
changed his
go.
name to not important at all.
Right, here you go, Terry. So there you go. Can you see this now? That's without
I see
atmosphere.
something. Yeah, I see something. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a red block hidden behind that curve.
Mm-hmm.
That's with
Well, I see
no
part
refraction.
of a red. I see part of a red block.
Yeah. So this is if we were looking at it in a vacuum. Now, when I put a block of atmosphere in, I could do that.
Whoa.
Now, what I've done is I've allowed you to see all of that red, and I've even pulled the ocean up as well.
Yeah.
And all I'm using to do that is refraction. And what's brilliant about this is I can take that block of atmosphere, pull it all the way over here, and half do it. So you can see what that block of atmosphere is doing. On the right, we've got no atmosphere whatsoever. And on the left, we've got atmosphere with refraction happening.
Wow.
No, I told you this is the underpants domes pushing up the ocean from underneath.
But this is only shown when we're zooming in. Like we don't see this with our naked eye.
No, you see this with your naked eye. There is no way to look at anything without refraction as it passes through a medium, unless unless light beams leaving the object hit your eye and only traveled through a vacuum, which in that case you would have more to worry about than whether you're seeing refraction or not.
Well, yeah, that's gotta hurt.
In a vacuum, yeah, that might hurt actually.
You know, the blood boiling and your eyeballs exploding, and your eardrums exploding. Yeah, pretty bad scene. Kind of a mood killer.
Well,
but I can change.
If there were no temperature lapse rate or no density lapse rate, I suppose there's a condition that you could have zero refraction, but
homogeneous, homogeneous,
only theoretically, because that condition just really cannot exist on Earth. Earth.
ERF.
Right, got it. I'm learning.
Yeah, so if we weren't looking through any kind of atmosphere, or it was homogeneous, then yes, we wouldn't
Would
see
that
that. Although
would that effect still work if we couldn't see the block over the curve at all, and then put the refraction?
Yeah. All right, I'll tell you what. So I'll turn off refraction.
Yeah.
I'll go get the block and I'll move it down so that we can no longer see it at all.
Barely see it. Yeah.
No. Now it's hidden completely.
Oh, we can't see it. No.
Yeah. So now I'll put that back in, and we can see that it's starting to pull it back up into view.
Oh.
And then when I do this and add more, it's really pulled it up.
Yeah.
So on the right, we've got no atmosphere and the block is completely hidden. On the left, we can now see something that's over the horizon.
Yeah.
But CGI.
It is modeled. Well, it's actually more than CGI. You'd have to qualify it with it is a brute force ray tracer that is accurately representing the path of light and demonstrating refraction. I challenge you to prove otherwise.
There you go with that sciencey stuff again, okay? You lost them as soon as you switched to a two-color system without the block. And in fact, when you introduced the block, they were sitting there trying to pull out a triangle calculator.
Yeah. I mean, there's another thing that I'm going to put into this actually, if anybody cares, is I'm going to.
Oh, I like all this CGI rendering.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to put in noise effects. So obviously, I'm doing this now at the moment as kind of a banded effect, which uses Snell's law. What I need to do is build a graduated effect that has deviations over distance, which is what light does. Because in this extreme refraction, with it apparently raising so much, you would also get telltale signs of other things, like it'd start to look incredibly, distorted and wavy. It would just look like an absolute mess, kind of. But I'm not quite there yet in doing this.
Oh wow, not that bad. Jeez, I mean, come on.
Yeah, I'm not quite there yet.
No, I don't think you
I
are.
need to. No. But I will be. I will be. Don't worry. I will be. I'm gonna do this. It's gonna simulate Fermat's principle quite nicely in the block
Is
of.
that does that
when I'm
image
done.
rotate in that frame, or do you have to go to a different frame to rotate the image?
What do you mean?
Well,
Oh no, we're looking at a 3D scene that is real-time brute force ray trace rendered, so I can pull the camera back. I can move around
that's
like
it.
this.
That's
Yeah.
what I was saying. Can you rotate left to right? Yeah.
Oh yeah. We can go for a wander.
So when you put that block over the edge, you can show people that the block's still there before you put the atmospheric refraction effect in.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. So if we look down at the block and I pull out, we can see the block is still there.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, we're seeing total internal refraction on the edges of this block of atmosphere, which is why we don't see it at the moment. We have to be looking through it. So if I move this back down over here, this is the effect. There we go. But in all honesty, Terry, I can also do something funky. I can take the curve. I can take the curve out of the curve as well. So I can say, let's not have curvature. Let's have it flat. And then let's move above this and see what we'd see if it was flat. That's what we'd see if we were looking down. We'd see, obviously, this is the magnitude of everything that's going on here is incredibly condensed to demonstrate a principle.
Yeah.
But this principle is true. If you are looking down at the atmosphere and you take premise number 1, the atmosphere is denser lower down. Premise number 2, Snell's law and Fermat's principle out that you can pull Snell's law from. So Fermat's principle is true, and that light bends. Then you would look down onto a flat Earth and see that it's concaved.
Ah, that's where they get the concave Earth from, because it did all the math wrong.
But yes, I can take out and put back in curvature on this, on this.
I can't understand why a flat earther just cannot see in their mind's eye if the Earth was flat. When you're looking out to the horizon, you wouldn't see the actual horizon line. That it'd just be so obscured and so blended into the horizon, you wouldn't know what was going on.
Well, that presupposes logical reasoning.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'll show you something that he hasn't brought up. I'll show you something that he hasn't brought up, which I find quite telling, actually. So I'm about to show you some tests that I did.
Is that CGI?
Yeah, but this is based off survey data that was given to me by a flat earther. So the survey data that was given to me from a flat earther was.
No, there was an image of an island with the ocean around it. I thought that.
Oh no! That's actually Catalina Island, I think, or something.
Well, I was just about to say is that some time ago I ran into a program that literally it randomly generates pictures, and they look photorealistic. So you could generate an island in water.
Yeah. I mean, automatic. Well, that'll be something like View. It's called VEU, terrain generation or something like that. But there's loads now that do that. But this is interesting. This is Rante's observations of varying distance of 70-meter high turbines with nacelle, looking down at them from 120 meters at a 28-kilometer, which is the closest one on the right, to a 30.8-kilometer one on the left. And this is what would happen if we're looking at it in a normal camera in a vacuum. And he asked me to do this because he wants to compare it. Now, what I also did here is I put in a line at the top, this line at the top. This is where an infinite plane horizon would be. Is this black area here? So then I said, but I'm also going to model you this in 7/6 hour refraction, which does this to it, which apparently makes the Earth look a little bit bigger and a little bit more flatter, but still, absolutely a curve, because it's still not moving up towards this line that much. But then I did the amazing thing that he didn't ask for. I also passed him what it would look like on a flat fucking Earth. using the same camera, the same survey data, and guess what? Doesn't that look a little bit different to what you actually see?
No, but the horizon is flat. See, it's totally flat.
So yes, this doesn't match any of his observations whatsoever, and this is the one that is on a flat plane.
Well, really, like I said, if you just want to show pictures that debunk the flat Earth, just go to Oakley's backdrop.
Hmm.
He does it all the time. I mean, he's got windmills where you see a good 60% of the blade stroke underwater, and I'll tell you, just from what I know, I'm not a scientific person and all, but when the blades go through water, it kind of would cause a little more resistance than just a light breeze could make them spin. Something tells me that water is thicker than air, but I'm not sure.
This is good. This is a good one. This is a good example that I normally give to flat earthers. So we've got a ship actually on a water surface that's simulating, these waves are actually simulated waves as well, but decided to put a nice big block of curvature here just to demonstrate a point of what atmosphere does. And then just to demonstrate Snell's law, I've got these big blocks of atmosphere here that when you go through the various different stages of them, you can see that the boat rises, or apparently rises. So we're looking through 3 of them there. If I take one of them away, so we're looking through 2 of them, it drops down, and I take the other block of thing, it drops down, and then we look at it in a vacuum, and it's almost completely hidden. And then the other brilliant example I've got here is magnification. Atmospheric lensing. I love this. You would have to have a lens that magnifies things like so. But the problem with any lens is that it has to it's entirely focused on the convergence point of the lens, or the narrowing of the light focused through the lens, which means it needs to be perfect. And you need to be in the middle. If you are not to the middle, you start to get that. So the atmospheric lensing argument is absolutely ridiculous. That's what you would get if you're not in the center of a chunk of atmosphere that can magnify something uniformly. You have to be in dead center. If you are off, you get this. And that's not how we see things through the atmosphere, I'm afraid.
I believe the scientific argument against that, the scientific rebuttal would be, no.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a P1000.
No, this is better than a P1000. This is a ship powered by Rumpus, I think, who's in the. Yeah, there's, if we go in, yeah, there's little Rumpus driving it behind some window. I'll take out the window. Give me a sec. Let's have a look at this. Can I get rid of this window? Bye-bye window, and bye-bye window. Yeah, there's Rumpus. There you go.
Well, if Rumpus is driving, you better keep out of his way.
There's Rumpus waiting for his ship to come in.
I did have Carlos in there at one point, but I thought, yeah, they're not going to make good ship fellows, are they? I don't think. But yeah, I've done loads of examples like this just to show people things, and yeah, it still doesn't make a difference. If you want to believe something so much, you'll just start disregarding logic and reason to do so. Then you're beyond saving.
Yeah, what do you need logic and reason for? That only just confuse people.
Yeah.
Well, logic and reason contradicts the cult. You can't support a cultish belief if you have logic and reason. That only exists in the absence of those.
But yeah, so that was a complete short visual demonstration of refraction But no, I've got no idea what refraction is because I can't cite refraction. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I might finish up after. We'll watch Isaac, and then we'll finish off, and I've got to get organised for tomorrow night. Work out what I'm going to call something, if we're still going to be on the sun or not. If I can drag anything else out of the sun or not. Because we went
the
through...
sun's gone. The sun's gone, Terra Jesus. Has it not?
Oh, yeah,
was
not...
today on the sun as well?
No. Today was just the after, before, before show.
Alright.
Pre post. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, look at the
After,
time.
before,
We're now
pre-show.
we have now officially exited.
A bit of
The
Isaac,
after,
and then
the after,
we'll wind up.
after before pre-show. Oh yeah, always
Was it
finish
the
with
after
Isaac.
before or the before after?
The after before pre-show.
Oh, okay. Wanted to make sure I got it right.
Is it the pre, after, post, before?
Well, we could then have a post after before pre-show, or an after before pre-show.
Tell you what, why don't we watch the video?
Yeah, let's watch the video. It's far simpler.
That's the first time you've said that, philosopher.
Well, we're at now. But we missed then. When did we miss? Just then? Just now?
Well, I thought now was now.
No, it's not. It's
Oh,
gone.
now is now. Yeah.
Oh.
But if you wait,
now it's already gone.
But if you wait, now will be then.
Where's
No,
Slick
but it's
when you
still
don't need him?
that's gone again though. Now it's gone again.
Oh.
Bring.
Because now it's already then.
Bring. Oh, it's my phone. G'day. Hello. What? People are still talking about the wage gap, but I've made 3 fucking videos on that already. How can people still be talking about the wage gap?
I think we've already had this one, haven't we? Terry?
The gender pay gap is the idea that
Didn't you play this the other day? 2 days ago.
Oh, okay.
I think you did. I could be wrong. I mean, if somebody can tell me you're different, but I'm pretty sure you played this a couple of days ago.
28. What's the date today? Today's the 31st. Yeah, I might
It's
have
the
already played
31st.
it. I might have got the wrong one.
Yeah, I think you have.
That's-
Because I actually went off. I didn't listen to it because I'd already watched it before your show started. So that's why I didn't.
I thought he did another one of these on.
That was the wrong one. Yeah, I
Pay
thought it was. That was last Wednesday. I thought he'd put out another one since then. Oh well. Sorry about that. I don't like replaying the same one.
No, that's fair.
I just wanna say I gotta go now. But it's been a joy talking to you guys. It's been a riot. It's been hilarious, and I hope to do this again.
What? We
That's
were
what it's all about.
riotous? We're being funny? Shit, we're doing something wrong. Peter, you take a memo?
Yeah. What son of a bitch is being funny? God damn it. Stop it.
Peter?
Peter's gone. Peter's gone.
Who's scruffy looking?
Peter left earlier on. He was getting a thumping headache, so he left.
Oh,
apparently.
was he? Oh, no.
All right. Well, anyway, like I said, it's been a joy. It's been an experience. It's been educational. But I'm gonna bid you guys adieu for the night. Yeah, let's come and play it next time if I can figure out how to work Zoom again.
Well, now you know. Now you know. There's no excuses for next time, now, don't you, philosopher?
That's it.
No. I blame Canada. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh well, we're all going to head over to my Discord for an afternoon coffee and biscuits and maybe a hobnob or a Tim Tam or whatever. So.
Oh,
thanks.
That's
or
right.
you could go to my Discord.
Have you got a Discord?
Yeah, I've got a Discord. Yeah, did you hear what it's called?
Casual. Have you got a Discord?
Yeah. It's called Space News and Launches. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you had a Discord.
You got it right this time.
Yeah, I've put it in the chat. I've got a Discord. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's called Space News and Launches. He's even got a voice channel. You can go and chat and talk to friends and stuff like that.
What do we want to do that
casual.
For? There you go.
Do you know what, Casual?
Well,
Do you know what,
well,
Casual?
9
What's
o'clock.
really interesting? I've got
What?
one of them Discord channels as well.
Yeah.
And mine's got a chat in
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
Chat with your
yeah.
friends.
Yours is all right. Yours is all right, Alan. Yeah, yours is okay.
Yours is all right.
It's got lots of pictures. It's got lots of pictures of the moon and
Yeah, but
other
rockets.
astronomical stuff. Oh, it's got
Yeah,
rockets
but rockets.
And,
The answer to your question is not Discord.
But 9 o'clock Hero's already gone there. He's gone there. He's already in
Anyway,
my Discord.
I'll see you guys later. You're driving me nuts. You're driving me to drink.
Yeah.
We're nearly succeeding then because you haven't gone all the way.
Yeah.
No, well, see, I can't quit you guys. Oh, it just pales my heart. Touch my pearls.
I'd go now if I were you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Good night.
Good night. See you, philosopher. And thanks to Stingray. Thanks to Casual. Thanks to Farmer. I don't know if Sheeple's still awake. And Alan's back, but we're going again, Alan. And Blue too.
Blues re-enabled himself, which I
not important at all. Yeah, I told you that.
I'm not
okay. So I'll see you on the next stream.
I thought I'd try it.
Yeah, catch you guys next time. I'm out.
Okay then.
See you later.
See ya.
See you on Discord.
Yep. I'll be on Discord. You'll know where to find me.
Okay.
Put it on the TV.
I am out.
Yeah,
Signing off.
I'll see you on my Discord.
No, I'll see you over on my Discord.
No,
So
my
now
Discord.
everybody's going to be fighting. No.
Bye, everyone.